Well, well, well. Big time show planned for the day. This is going to be the ultimate Cowboys versus Chicago Bears preview show that you're going to see this entire weekend. This is a big time game. Should be the Matt Eberflus revenge game. Even if it isn't for him, I believe Brian Schottenheimer wants this game. We got a whole lot to talk about. Let's go. Let's get it. We live. Yup. Let's go. Cowboy fans, it is time to talk Cowboys. It is Friday. That means 2 more days. And we on that field. Let's go. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you already haven't. Please, and if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. And if you see that HYPE button, hit that HYPE button. So, we got a big time show planned for today. Big time show. Man, when I tell you we got a big time show, we going at it today because we didn't get a chance to do Cowboys After Dark last night. So we gonna get it in today. Big time show, y'all. Today, we are going to be dealing with Jerry Jones on 105.3 to Fan. On 105.3 to Fan, I'm sorry. We're going to listen to Brian Schottenheimer, 105.3 to Fan. And I got a treat for y'all. We are going to listen to Ben Johnson talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Also, Biggs from Chicago on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to listen to him talk about the Chicago Bears, Dallas Cowboys. Also, 2 breakdowns. We're going to listen to Brian Brothers break down Caleb Williams and then break down Sweat from the Chicago Bears. Then we're going to look at also players to watch, stats and injuries, and the keys to victory for both teams, as well as 10 things I want to see in this game versus the Chicago Bears. So that's it. Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer, Ben Johnson, Biggs, Broads, players to watch, stats and injuries, keys and things to see. Let's go. Yeah, big time show today. Let's go. All right. Let's get this roll call later, then we're going to get this show started. Let's go. Derek G, what up? Boy, we need to win. We need to win, no doubt, no doubt. Let's go. Lord Nova up in this thing. David Duvall, what's going on? John Jones said, what up, G Money? I'm going to tell you again, it's a New Jack City. Let's go. Derek G says, Flus better start making adjustments. Yes. LaQueen, prayers up. Hope all is going well. Hope you're recovering well. My sister from the beginning, thanks for the support. Appreciate you tuning in today. Let's go. Dominique, yep. He said, bless him. There goes that man. Let's go. Lee, AKA Headhunter. Let's go. He said, G must be hey, man, I had to get my coffee, man. I was running a little late. John Henry, what's going on? Roderick from Flow Rider, what's going on? Jared Thomas, #1 Dak Prescott fan, what's going on? He said Dak played. He said as long as Dallas and Dak play how they played for the most part of this season, the game won't be an issue. I'm gonna tell you though, we're gonna have to be very careful with this game. Mr. Brightside is on the bright side. Let's go, Mr. Brightside. He said, what's good, family? Sunday right around the corner. Let's go. Yeah, we're going to eat that W. J. Lou. Cool Joe. What's going on? Good to see you. Yes, sir, J. Lou. Let me tell you something. This is where we're going to be spending some time at today. Them doggone Chicago Bears got some weapons. That's right. J. Lou from the 903. We them boys. Let's go. Q Ball up in this thing. What's going on, Q Ball? What's going on with you? David Mills up in this thing. Kenneth Montgomery. Brian Worley. What up, Worley? Kelsey Williams. What's going on? Marlon Dillon. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. What's going on? Let's go. Steve Campanella. What's up, my man? Yes, sir. Let's go. Inglewood Trojans up in here. Alabama. What's going on? Good to see you today. King Ali, what up? Papa Dugan, what up with you? Good to see you. The regular Ron Hanna. What's going on with you? Let's get this thing going. Jakira Gatson, what is going on? Good to see you. Donald Nesmith. Dolores Betty Boop. What's going on? Vado Salas, what's going on with you? Caitlin Lockhart. David J in this thing. David J, what up? BRW 1973. He said, I'm still smarter from that 45-0 beating Chicago put us on in 1985. Hey, BRW, they were beating down there in 1985, so it's all good. It's okay to let it go. CW 6253, what's going on? King Ali, Mark Davis, what is going on? Good to see y'all up in here. Rob Barnes, good to see y'all. All right. Hey, Rod, they gonna call me a prophet before it's over. All right. Let's get this thing going. Great day to be a Cowboys fan. All right. So I think the first thing we're gonna go to we're gonna pull up this Jerry Jones interview. Jerry Jones said some interesting things today. And again, you know, I can really appreciate what the Cowboys are doing right now. I don't know if you guys are appreciating it, but I've already told y'all how boring the Cowboys are. And I love the fact that even when they're talking football. When Jerry is talking now, he's talking football for the most part. For the most part, Jerry's talking football. And he said some things today that I'm kind of like, Jerry is really trying to get back into his gambling days based on a few things he said. But for the most part, I love it. Very, very boring interview, except for a couple of things that he said. So we're going to check and see how this goes. Carl Alder just pulled up in that 72 Chevelle. What up, Carl Alder? Juice Man. What up with your Juice Man? All right, the real Daryl is up in this thing. All right, so we're going to start this off with the Jerry Jones interview. The Jerry Jones interview, and I thought he had a couple of interesting things to say, but for the most part, pretty boring. Let's roll it.
It is Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys.
Now, I was hoping not only when you've owned the Cowboys, but you're very familiar with the history of the Cowboys as well. I wanted to see if you could give us any thoughts about the former Cowboys linebacker, D.D. Lewis, who obviously people credit with him saying Texas Stadium has a hole in the roof so God can watch his favorite team play.
Well, D.D. was, of course, one of the, if you will, staples of what the Cowboys were about in the 70s. And, of course, I'm sitting right out front. I'm going in a service for Leroy Jordan. And that linebacking group were not only noteworthy for the Cowboys, but I remember Leroy was my hero. He played at Alabama. He made 37 tackles, I think, in one of the Sugar Bowl games. And he was a monster. And he was driven. And he was everything that football was about. And, of course, the Cowboys drafted him, and the rest is history. Bob Lilly said Leroy was so instrumental in his career because he would tap him about what he was doing, where he was going, direction he was going, and just the two were an unbelievable team. But Leroy Jordan was the first player, and I didn't blink. I hadn't been in town but maybe a couple of months, and I immediately put Leroy Jordan in the Hall of Fame. That was because of the great legacy that he had, not only at Alabama but here with the Cowboys.
And I know you're getting ready for the game against the Bears this weekend, but then does that mean this is a particularly emotional day for you then?
Get a couple of more greetings in here. I'm just telling you, the Cowboys absolutely love what they're doing. The interview, I listened to it. It is absolutely boring, and I absolutely love the fact that it's boring. Boring interview. They're asking Jerry Jones all kinds of stuff. Boring interview. But we're going to listen to it anyway. Robert Dudley. Hey, let me tell you, I love what you just said, Robert Dudley. What up, G? He said, G Money. Business is boring. Yeah, it is. It is, man. It is. I've sat through business meetings, and they are boring. Yeah. Ratio up in this thing. He said, Jerry's trying his best to appear like he's a sound. Oh, Rationale, what up? Yeah, he doing a good job of it, too. I tell you that. He doing a good job. CW, they're not going to sign a cornerback right now. They're going to wait until Josh Butler and Savon Revel Jr. get healthy. The Cowboys think they can weather the storm, so we're going to see. Jakira Gasson, she said the hoodie nasty. Hey, you know, I got this from Fashion Nova, but they don't sell this one no more. Yeah, they don't sell this one no more. I actually wish I would have got 2 of them. Yeah, I got this on Fashion Nova. In case people didn't know, they do sell licensed NFL gear. But yeah, that's where I got this one. Mr. Get Dirty up in this thing. What up with you, Mr. But let's see. Bianca Roblero, what's going on? He said he thinks Flus is saving his best for last. Very interesting. CW, the thing with the Jadeveon Clowney, I mean, the reason they arrested him is what's even dumber, but the fact that people are now just mentioning it, it's not even really news. It's not really news. Yeah, we need to come out the gate on fire, Ron Hannah. I'm with you. Yeah, Jakira, he got arrested before he got signed. And it was something very, very dumb. So not really a big deal. He's fighting it. He's good to go. He's good to go. Hey, Dot, what's up with you? Keith, what up with you? My sister, Brandy Mahoney, she always says, what up, my loves? What's going on with you? Ray Royce, what's going on? He said, I think Jerry hinting at getting rid of Trayvon. Hey, Ray Royce, I think that's inevitable, bro. I really think that's inevitable. I think it's coming. I think it's inevitable. As soon as Savon Revel Jr. is ready to go, even if they don't do it at the deadline, they'll do it by the end of the season. Yeah. That's why I'm praying that Trayvon Diggs, I want him to have the best season of his career, so he can go somewhere else and have another great part of his career. I think his time in Dallas is probably up. Bernard Fields, what's going on? Damian Cook, what up with you? All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Brightside. South Carolina police work at its finest. I mean, just crazy stuff with Jadeveon Clowney. All right, let's listen to the rest of Jerry.
Well, I'm just want to revere what Leroy was all about, and emotion is really one of positiveness about. He epitomized to me the spirit and what you look for that you can't see on the surface, and that's what's inside. And he brought that over to Cowboy fans, and there's a big part of the legacy the Cowboys have today.
Yeah. C-Base, he said, guess who back? C-Base up in the crib. C-Base in the building. What's going on, C-Base?
But it's not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's emotional. It's just a time to recognize just exactly what he meant to the team. And I'm sorry that he's gone and his family. He had a wonderful life after the Cowboys, but still, we do, as the Cowboys, will want to recognize his contribution, and it was big for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that makes sense to everybody listening right now. One of the things I love to pick your brain about is league issues as well. I know I was only 2 votes away from getting outlawed last year. How do you feel about the current incarnation of the tush push, and do you think this is the last year we're going to see it?
Yes.
Well, it very easily could be, but
what up, Anthony Beck?
I'm going to compare this to Michael Irvin, the Michael Irvin rule. Michael had a technique that would give him an instant separation from the D-back, and, of course, Aikman had the ball there when he separated, but he'd kind of punch him down on the hip, and that had that separation. Well, it was so effective, the league banned it. That's not uncommon. Did the same thing, but for safety reasons when we had the horse collar tackle. And so my point about all of this is that they do that well because they've got a quarterback
T.O.'s
that
leg.
is unique relative to his strengths, and that makes that play go. Now, they've got it down to an art, but their point was others could have it down to an art too. When do we change rules because a team has gotten excellent at it? Well, we've done it before. There's a long history of changing rules because teams get excellent at it.
Well, also, too, with the tush push, here's the major issue with the tush push. They're not calling it right. That's the problem with it. The linemen are lined up in the neutral zone. I mean, they're totally misaligned. I think another part of that play that really makes it maybe a little bit dangerous is the fact that you're allowing other players to get behind a player and push him into a pile and beyond the line of scrimmage. Man, I'm telling you, they're going to have to start calling it differently. I don't think you can necessarily stop a team from lining up, or maybe they won't. I just think they're going to start calling it different. I think they're going to start calling it real tight. I really do. I think they're going to start calling it real tight on the Philadelphia Eagles because the league released, matter of fact, I think it was just yesterday, the league announced that the Philadelphia Eagles on that play, I think the play against the Kansas City Chiefs, they were offsides, and the league should have called it. Excuse me. So it's very ironic. It was they said the Kansas City Chiefs were one of the teams that actually voted for the tush push not to be taken away. Well, they're one of the very teams that suffered from it.
Jerry, on the topic of league issues, Tom Brady is now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, along with his role as an analyst for NFL on Fox. But some questions came up when he was spotted in the Raiders coaching box, headset on, in their game against the Chargers. With that access that he has to teams and their plans through the TV production meetings, do you see this as an issue going forward?
Yes.
I'm not at all concerned about it. Not at all. When he came in, that was an overlying issue about having someone as prominent as he is in media. Just by the nature of what he does, he has to have a lot of knowledge about all the teams. Is that going to be a concern? I'll never forget my first year on the competition committee. And you had guys like Marty Schottenheimer. You had guys like Don Shula. You had some of the good people that we think greats of the game as far as coaching is concerned on that competition committee. And they said, you know, Jerry, everybody in this league read your signals. And we knew when you were going to run. We knew when you were going to pass. And we actually, by the way you tipped it off, knew which direction we were going to go. We still couldn't stop you. So much for having some of that intel that can cause you to really disrupt a game plan.
Now, I'm going to disagree with Jerry on this. Now, see, Jerry, we all knew the direction the Cowboys were going to run. Okay, but that's not because somebody had inside information, went to the practices, and told the plays. No, the Cowboys were so doggone dominant. Their offensive line was so dominant in 1992, 93, 94, and 95. Emmitt Smith running behind that line. Well, they were so doggone dominant, yeah, they could just basically telegraph, hey, we're running to the right, there's nothing you can do about it. That's different than Tom Brady. This is literally some New England Patriots type stuff. Tom Brady is getting inside information, or he's able to sit in meetings with other teams and then come back to the Raiders and then sit in with them. And even if he's not giving them an entire game plan, what if he just gives them one or two tips? He doesn't have to give them an entire game plan to get an advantage. Man, let me tell you, this game is so closely contested that just one play that a team has up their sleeve to say, This play right here, we're saving it for this special moment. And if the game is close, we're gonna run this play. Man, an entire game can turn on one play at the right time. I think the NFL, I just think sometimes there's an old saying, you keep an honest man honest. And I think the NFL should keep Tom Brady honest. They should keep Tom Brady honest. No, bro, you can no longer. There is a certain level of access that we're not giving you the teams no more. No more. But anyway, again, they're asking Jerry, I guess, about stuff that maybe this coming off season they're going to be voting on.
I don't think too much of that as far as it being a competitive issue. I'm okay with Brady in the booth.
Sticking kind of in that broadcast theme, there was a report earlier this week that Amazon feels like they have a real chance at broadcasting a future Super Bowl. I know you have talked about access to football games for all of the people. What would you think about the idea of a Super Bowl on Amazon Prime?
Oh, I think that's I think that's possible. I think the key premise behind the NFL's television philosophy is as many people get to watch it free as possibly can. So that falls right in that category as far as I'm concerned. So I wouldn't dismiss those prospects at all. I'm specifically not saying any particular partner that we might have in the presentation of our games. I'm not doing that as to something might be interpreted that I know we are doing something with them for a particular Super Bowl. We're not. But as far as the future is concerned, I think it's very possible.
This is another one of these issues where the NFL is just a money machine. The NFL is a money machine. Football, before Jerry got in especially, it was a good sport, not a popular sport. I mean, I can remember many, when I was younger, people just wasn't clamoring to watch football. Jerry enters into this thing, and it took off exponentially with Jerry and the TV deals, endorsement deals. So now, we were able to, like your local games, you could watch a lot of them locally for free. Then we get into the cable network gets broken up because of the streaming services. And everybody was saying, yeah, but these streaming services, man, it's cheaper than cable. Is it? Is it cheaper than cable? Especially now, you gotta, it used to be one, they were all on one thing. Now they all got their own separate thing. So now you gotta subscribe to Peacock. You have to subscribe to Netflix. You have to subscribe to Amazon. You have to subscribe to Amazon, Paramount Plus. CBS. Everybody now, you have to subscribe to all these different apps to watch different games now. And so now you're going to say that the game's going to be free, but it's going to be on Amazon. Man, come on, man. It is what it is. It's the world we live in, man. It's capitalism. I ain't hating on it. But, boy, I'm telling you, the NFL is turning into a money machine. They're spreading the NFL out everywhere. And the issue is while the NFL wins and continues to put more money in their pockets, the losers, in a sense, are the consumers. Because we got to get all these doggone different streaming services to be able to even watch the games. We got to get all these different streaming services to be able to watch the games. And even if you only do it for a temporary time, it's just money in their pocket. I'm just telling you, man, Jerry Jones has really brought some big-time money to the NFL.
Jerry, pleasure to chat with you. You said last year that y'all might have gotten a little over your skis with the expectations to having Guyton and Beebe start along that offensive line. Are we worried that might be the same case, expecting so much out of Savon Ravel when he comes back, considering that secondary is the way it is so far, and he's coming off the injury that he is?
Yeah, I think it's part of it to have your first top pick like that, and of course Ravel would have been a top pick in my mind in the first round.
Yeah, even in the first round.
Had he not had the injury during his senior season. But the whole point is that's what go with the first round, and maybe even some in the second round. Our expectations are such that it presents, if you will, a story or a basis or a backdrop of a part of the job of coming in and being a first-round pick. Certainly, the facts are that very seldom do you have somebody come in and play their first year as though they will play or others have played in ensuing years. That learning how to do it in the offensive line is real.
Yeah, I'm not sure he answered the question on Savon River Jr. Let me get a super chat in real quick. Appreciate you, Tristan York. He said, Shotty is truly, I believe, going to be an amazing coach for this team for years to come. I just got that feeling, looking for years of success. Me too. The Tristan York. The question I have is does Matt Eberflus, is he going to be with him? I'm hoping this is not going to be one of these cases like it was when Mike McCarthy first came on. Because I'm telling you, man, Matt Eberflus, after listening to that interview yesterday, I'm going to report a little bit on that tonight. There were a few things that kind of caught my ear that Matt Eberflus said that kind of got my spidey senses tingling. But I think for the most part, Brian Schottenheimer is going to be the man. He's got Brian Schottenheimer is a very sharp and a very good coach. Poobie D, what's going on? Appreciate you up in here, man. Got my back. Good to see you. Uncle Charles, what up, Uncle Charles? I mean, when you think about, I'm just wondering about Matt Eberflus. I'm wondering about Matt Eberflus because this team is so dependent offensively. So I really want to see, is Matt Eberflus going to turn it on? And I'm pretty sure the Cowboys are going to give him the whole season. Does he turn it on by mid-season when he does get overshown and he gets Savon Revel, Josh Butler, and as Trayvon Diggs continues to get healthy, Jadeveon Clowney, as we also approach the trade deadline? We'll talk about that in a moment when Jerry mentions what he mentions. But yeah, Tristan, I agree with you. I do believe that Tristan York. I do believe that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be good for years to come. I do. Years to come, I think he's going to be great. Michael Tyree up in here. What's going on? He said, I dream the Cowboys get to the Super Bowl and play the Bills because they look beatable after watching them last night. It's the Super Bowl to me that makes sense. The Bills and the Cowboys. Boy, and I tell you this, it would be great to have the most popular quarterback. Now, I don't think he's the most popular, but the most loved quarterback in the league going against the most hated quarterback in the league. Shoot, boy, you can't make this up. I think it would be incredible for the league to have Josh Allen going against Dak Prescott. I think it would be incredible. Cornelius Davis, what's going on? C-Base said $375 for the Sunday ticket alone. C-Base, the NFL has gotten so smart that they figured out that the reason why some people won't get the Sunday ticket is because once you get the Sunday ticket, there's no canceling. If you get a year, you're paying for that year no matter when you cancel it, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of people wouldn't commit to that because when I read it, I wouldn't commit to it. C-Base, tell me these jokers ain't smart. Now they got a month-to-month plan. Cancel when you want to. Guess how much the plan costs a month? $85. What? $85. $85. And so basically, they're really smart because they're basically saying, okay, you don't want to pay that subscription, you don't want to pay that yearly price. So the football season is September, October, November, December, January, February. So if you don't want to pay us that money, then what you're going to do is You gonna pay us $510 for 6 months. Boy, NFL is a money machine, man. It's a money machine. It really is. It's a money machine, man. Woo! Rashadell, he said, agreed. Pocket picking consumers has gone through the roof over the last few years, man. And the NFL is the most popular thing out there. So people just gonna pay to see it. Boy, they killing people on this money. Katharina Kiss, what's going on, my sister? Good to see you. Mark Davis, appreciate that super chat. Mark Davis, they killing us with this. They killing us with this money, man. They killing us. Yeah, Tristan York. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. My concern. I'm pretty sure this is what you're talking about. Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus is a concern for me right now. He's a concern for me right now, and we're gonna talk about that as we go forward today. That's gonna be a big part of our conversation. All right, but again, this is where I'm telling you, man. This Cowboys conversation, their football talk, is where I'm absolutely appreciative. Because when they're talking football, Jerry, Steven, Will McClay, I mean, especially Jerry and Steven, sometimes I have to pinch myself because I'm like, Jerry and Steven are actually making sense in some of the things that they're saying as they're talking about football. They're making sense. So, again, Savon Revel Jr., Cowboys are really big on Savon Revel Jr. I mean, you have to be deaf, dumb, or blind. Savon Revel Jr. is absolutely the Trayvon Diggs replacement. Absolutely. He's the absolute replacement. Michael Smooth, what's going on? Jakira Gasson, she says, Flus have to readjust, and I believe if Shotty wants success, he has to get his coaches aligned. Jakira, I think everybody's aligned. My only question is Flus. And I wonder if he's allowing Flus to kind of get it together before he tells him to get it together. That's what I'm wondering.
Jerry Jones joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You guys got the deal done with Jadeveon Clowney. Do you expect him to play a lot this Sunday? Is there a pitch count? What are we expecting from Clowney this Sunday?
Yeah, I think that's a little up in the air. They'll read that as they go, but I do expect him to play.
Now, speaking of people who expect to play, Kevontae Turpin, he said he expects to play yesterday. Does that sound right to you? And how effective has he been as an expanded offensive weapon this year?
Tremendous. He's I'm so glad we got him, and he's always stepped up and been beyond anything you could have ever expected at anything he's doing. Obviously, the return game. But he's a big part of the problems that you give a defense, and he uses that speed, he uses that acceleration. But where he needed to evolve more is in the offense. He was such a key, and perceived as such, key return guy that he might not have had the emphasis that he would have had on the offensive side of the ball. And so now he's gotten in there. He's got a couple of years under his belt. He's really a big part of our team. I mean, a big part of how we're going to move the ball this year.
Now,
I still say they got to get Kevontae Turpin a little bit more. I think they need to work a little bit more on. They're trying to treat him like a traditional third receiver, and I just think I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think they need to ramp it up. As in, no, we need to be looking at very specific plays with Kevontae Turpin, as in money plays. We need to be looking at money plays with Kevontae Turpin. I don't need Kevontae Turpin as a possession receiver. And the Cowboys seem to be using him somewhat as a possession receiver. No, we don't need him as a possession receiver. He needs to be a part of the big plays and the big playability of the Dallas Cowboys. They need to figure him in big plays along with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Big plays. They need to be sitting down saying, how do we get this dude in space? How do we get Kevontae Turpin in space? Can we get some pick plays? Can we get him matched up one-on-one with somebody? How do we scheme our fastest player on the team? How do we scheme the fastest player on our team? We already know he can get open. That's not a problem because he's faster than most people. I don't care about him getting open because I believe Tolbert can. If you want a possession receiver, Tolbert can do that. Jonathan Mingo, I'm ready for him to get back. I want to see what he can do. I think Ryan Flanoy could be a part of the quote-unquote possession receiver discussion. That is not what we need Turpin for. We need Turpin to use that speed. How do we get him in space? How do we get mismatches? Maybe can we run some trick plays? Can we get some in and arounds? Can we get a direct snap to him? Can we get a quick pitch to him? Can we get a screen to him? How do we get Kevontae Turpin in space? It's only been game 2, but I'm looking very forward to Brian's got to really, to me, I really think he's got to unleash. He needs to unleash Turpin. Unleash him. Because right now, it's like they're just treating him like he's a traditional third receiver. No, we don't need that.
On the return front, obviously a lot of things were done to kind of change the nature and exciting factor of the kickoff. Do you ever anticipate any kind of changes to like punt rules in terms of not being able to kick it out of bounds or anything like that?
Please do.
I don't see that as much as I see tweaking, and I do see tweaking. Special teams is such a big part. I had the privilege, and I'll answer you through my eyes, but we won the national championship when I was in college. We won it because we were the best special teams team in the country, and we made an art of it. And we led the nation 2 years in a row at special teams when I played at Arkansas, and we won the national championship one of those years. But we used to practice our setting our wall up and not using our hands. We would do the practice with broomsticks, and we would put broomsticks behind our back and put our arms behind the broomstick so that when we ran, we would kind of wall off as opposed to using those hands. And we practiced on that, and we practiced the first 25 minutes of a 2-hour practice. We would practice that long and hard on special teams and did it while we were the freshest at the start of practice. It's a point of emphasis.
Jerry, we've seen Mozzie and Jaden Blue as 2 healthy scratches the last 2 weeks. What's kind of the reasoning behind that? Now, we know from hearing Shotty, Jaden's been a little bit inconsistent is what it sounds like. Obviously, Mozzie's situation goes without saying. Where are we at with these 2 going into week 3?
Well, let me say this. I know where your question's going, specifically to them. But if you don't see them up there, then that means that there was somebody else up there for some reason, because we were iffy on the 5th guy or 4th guy about him finishing the game at some other position, not necessarily because of direct competition. But when you see a player down or 2 players down, they're down because the best way for us to win the game, in Ryan's mind, is to not have them up. And that's not a negative. That's not a punishment. That's just that when it gets right down to that point and you've got 10 minutes to kick off, you're going to put the people out there that give you that next 3 hours the best chance to win. That's how that happens.
Fair enough. And I get
Now, hold on. This is the part that's aggravating me about the Cowboys. It don't seem to me the Cowboys are putting their best players on the field. This isn't just a Mozzie Smith thing. I'm really struggling with some of the Cowboys' decisions as it applies to 4 players, and I should say 3 players in particular. 3 players in particular. I'm gonna let him finish this point because I think he's gonna ask about I think right here, this is where he's going to ask about Mozzie. So I'm going to let him get the Mozzie thing out of the way for time's sake. And then I want to come back on this thing about the quote-unquote inconsistency. And then Jerry says, Jerry's kind of saying, Jerry's saying that it's not necessarily about the players being bad. but about players being better than them. I get what he's saying. Don't take it as punishment as they're bad. Take it as the competition states that there are players who are better, that are performing better than them. Okay, we're going to go there in just a moment. Let's listen to the rest of this. I think he's talking about Mozzie.
With Jaden Blue being a fifth-round pick, but where are we at with Mozzie? I mean, this guy's a first-round pick, 2 years removed, defensive tackle being the, look, you went out and got a defensive tackle. Where are we at in his maturation, and is the clock ticking on his Cowboy tenure?
Well, let me just say this. We made that trade with America and brought in a key part of our defensive line and one that really strengthened us. And guess what? It was right in there where Mozzie plays, inside. And, of course, we've just brought on another defensive lineman. So we are continually, just within the last two moves we've made in that defensive line, we're continually trying to get better there. That says it all right there. The Mozzie's in his third year here. This is, by the way, Tom Landry used to say, don't get the final scorecard on any player until after they've been in this league 3 years. It's seen it happen too many times that somebody just comes on. Mozzie's got tremendous strength. He's got tremendous agility. We just need to get him to where it results in making plays, tackling, making the play, being involved at the point of attack, those kinds of things. And when you see him out there, I'm sure he's going to give it his all to be noticed.
I'm struggling with the Mozzie Smith thing. I'm not struggling with it from the standpoint of he should be on the field. I'm just struggling with the way they keep talking about it. They are wearing this dude out, man. The Cowboys organization is killing this dude, man. I still say, as far as Mozzie Smith goes, I really do think the best option for Mozzie Smith is for the Cowboys to trade Mozzie. I'm hoping that there is a situation that somebody might want Mozzie Smith. I think he needs to change the scenery. I just don't think the Cowboys, I don't think this is the team for him. A lot of people have already been talking about the mental fortitude of Mozzie. The Cowboys may be too big of a stage. It just may be too big of a stage, man. I really think the Cowboys, I'm hoping that there's somebody who contacts the Cowboys about Mozzie and asks for a trade. I just think it would be better for him because when you think about this, let's look at this here as we continue this part of the conversation. So, okay, I get it. So if we're talking about Mozzie Smith versus Kenny Clark, well, heck, that's a no-brainer. We know Kenny Clark is better than Mozzie. I mean, when we meant to have that discussion. Then, of course, you think about Perrion Winfrey. We got him. So we're not tripping on the fact that Mozzie is not on the field. We tripping on the fact that the Cowboys even still have Mozzie. Because I'm telling you, it would be better for them to trade him. Now, this is when I start to have problems. Hold on a second. So you telling me Jaden Blue? You telling me Miles Sanders is showing you something better than Jaden Blue? Come on, man. I'm struggling with this. Doggone it, man. Stop. I don't want to hear stuff like, yeah, Jaden Blue is struggling with the playbook, but doggone it then. You do need to do something else. If you telling me the reason why you're keeping this man off the field is because he's inconsistent, lazy, don't get the playbook, man, doggone it, it's time to do something else then. What's the point? You telling me that Jaden Blue ain't showing you more than Miles Sanders, and we see Miles Sanders, man, Miles Sanders may have got a touchdown, but I'm telling you, Miles Sanders in 2 weeks has been blah. No hate, but I'm just telling the truth, man. Miles Sanders has been just, bro, There is no way you can let Miles Sanders continue to be the change-up back for one Javonte Williams. It don't match. It does not match. Now, you don't need another number one running back with the way Javonte Williams is running. You don't need another number one running back, because if we truly look at the formula, when we start looking at running backs, for example, and how people are doing it, well, I'm looking at the team who did it the best. And the team who did it the best is the Philadelphia Eagles. And they didn't have no two number one running backs. In actuality, they beat the teams that had two number one running backs. They were better than the teams that had whatever backfield situation they had. The Philadelphia Eagles got them a bell cow back, Saquon Barkley. Now, we have us a bell cow back. It is Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams is our bell cow back. What the Cowboys need is a different type of formula. We actually need the formula similar to what we had with Zeke. When Zeke was our bell cow back. Then we got Tony Pollard to be our change of pace back. And when the Cowboys was doing that, because Tony Pollard was not a number one back with the Cowboys. He was the change of pace. He was the one you could get out of the backfield. He was the one that could still run between the tackles. He could pop a run off the outside and go to the house. He had a lot more speed than Ezekiel Elliott. I believe that Jaden Blue can be our new Tony Pollard 2.0. I don't even think 2.0, because I just think he has the potential to be better than Tony Pollard. Speed kills and you can't teach it. But if this dude ain't better than Miles Sanders, well, doggone it, man. Let's go do something else, man. We do need to be figuring out something else. If you're telling me that we're going to settle with Miles Sanders, that we're satisfied with the way Javonte Williams is performing, we're satisfied with Miles Sanders? Can't do it. Can't do it. There has to be something else going on with Jaden Blue. There has to be something else, man. I'm not buying them talking about, yeah, this dude ain't reading the plays well. Man, I don't give a doggone if he ain't reading the plays well. He's a doggone running back. Hey, bro, we're going to give you a quick pitch to the right, quick pitch to the left. Run between this week. Run between Brock Hoffman and Tyler Booker. Run between Brock Hoffman and Tyler Smith. Come on, man. He's a running back. I don't want to hear nothing about people. Oh, yeah, man, he can't block well. I'm not putting him in the game to block. I'm not putting him in the game. That is not what he's in the game for. I'm putting him in the game for sub 4.3 speed. That's what I'm putting him in the game for. The dude go run the ball. I want him to either run the ball or catch the ball. I don't care nothing about blocking when it comes to Jaden Blue. I don't care nothing about blocking. I'm struggling with this, what Jerry is saying. So he's basically saying that if you see Miles Sanders out there, which it looks like he's going to be out there again, it's not that Jaden Blue is not doing well. It's the fact Miles Sanders gives you the best opportunity to win? Struggling. What makes me struggle with this even more? This dude right here. James Houston. By far, their best pass rusher on the team. By far. Even with Sam Williams getting 40-plus snaps. Even with Dante Fowler, 28-plus snaps. 27, 28 snaps. James Houston, 10 one week, 15 the next week. Still the best Dallas Cowboys pass rusher. Come on, man. I'm struggling with this when I hear this stuff. And this one is the one that is really egregious. Come on, man. Come on, man. You trying to tell me that Maurice Leofau ain't practicing hard? You trying to tell me that Jack Sanborn Kenneth Murray Jr., who had a very good game this go around. Damone Clark, you telling me that they're performing so well that Maurice Leofau is barely getting double-digit snaps? Man, I start struggling with this stuff. The Mozzie Smith thing makes total sense to me. But these other things, they don't make sense. This is another one that don't make sense. Man, come on, man. You telling me that Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker are balling so hard that you telling me after what you saw last week, Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas? I'm struggling on this stuff. Where I'm struggling is you're telling me that these players right here, you telling me Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, Jack Sanborn, Fowler and Sam Williams, Miles Sanders. You telling me they give you a better chance to win over Blue, Houston, Leofau, Bell, and Thomas? I'm struggling. I'm struggling. I'm wondering if some of this is a little bit of politicking. I'm just saying, man, this sounds like a... Blue Star Dallas TV, appreciate that super chat, my brother. I'm struggling. Y'all gotta help me. I'm struggling on that. I'm struggling on them decisions. Woo, man, I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Y'all tell me what you think. But I'm struggling on this part of the game they talking about right here. I like what Jerry is saying. I'm struggling, so I'm struggling. Yeah, Katharina Kiss, I saw when Clowney was arrested, but it was nonsense. Should have never been arrested for that. He was basically trying to park going to I think like a local game, like a local high school game or something like that. And they're blowing it up, talking about he got arrested. He said he was actually back. He said he was actually back to the game. He said he was barely... So the way he told it, he was back at the game by the second quarter, but he said he's still fighting. All right, I'm going to let y'all catch up with what I just said, and then we're going to finish up Jerry Jones.
Jerry, you're facing a first-year head coach in Ben Johnson with the Bears this week, and he's been praised for his offensive schemes, including some unique and creative play calling. You've experienced that when he was with Detroit. I wanted to know, as a fan of the game, do you like the unpredictable play calling and the creative schemes, or are you still a purist in the sense of keeping things simple?
Oh, by the way, I better be, but I am. I think one of the exciting things is that
Newhouse fan, what up?
You really don't know what's coming, and that's really as it should be. You know what's crazy is that one of the great things about the game. I know this sounds trite, but if you look at it in a way, it certainly is strategies. There's no way. There's certainly the technique, the preparations, and all of that. But at the end of the day, when that ball is snapped, that's mass confusion. And everybody's got direction, and everybody wants to go, but it's directed in a certain way. I love the philosophy. When I think of play calling, I love the philosophy of trying to get two players on offense, on one player on defense, and between the two, be able to have yards out there, no matter if it's receivers, no matter what it is. And so my coach, Frank Broyles, was a basic mathematics approach to the game: 2 on 3, 3 on 4, 4 on 3. Outnumber them in a spot. That's the strategy. Then the rest of it's up to those guys to keep their hands in, not hold, don't foul, and use everything you can to shield them away from the ball carrier or to knock them down.
Yeah, I like that, Jerry. I wish I would have that philosophy with Cavante Turpin. Also, Jaden Blue. Tristan York, appreciate that super chat. Yeah, matter of fact, we're going to go to Brian Schottenheimer, I believe, next, if I'm not mistaken. Matter of fact, yeah, I forgot. Shotty's did a 105.3 The Fan interview, but he also did a presser today. So we're probably going to let the Cowboys presser take precedent, or we'll listen to both of them. I mean, we got time. Hey, it's Talk Cowboys, man. Y'all know we don't do 2 hours over here, man. Y'all already know we doing 3, 4, 5 hours easy. So we may do both of them. Appreciate you, Trish. I think we may check out both of those. Tristan says, Shotty's press conference, he said Blue is going to be special for the team going forward. Watched it today. So, Tristan, this leads me to believe that maybe they've been saving Jaden Blue. Devin Mills has been saying in the chat, I noticed that Devin Mills, he's saying that he's hoping that he's right on this. But Devin said that he believes that Shotty and he said he believes that Matt Eberflus has been saving up for the Chicago Bears game and the Green Bay Packers game. Man, I do hope you're right. I hope you're right. I'm not gonna write Matt Eberflus off. He got my spidey senses tingling, but I gotta calm down. It's only the second game. I understand it's only the second game, so let me calm down. But Matt Eberflus is different. I'm glad Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach, because I'm telling you, Angie the Rebel Chicks talked about it yesterday, how bland he is. How bland he is. You could only imagine him being your head coach. Now, him being your defensive coordinator, your coach can maybe make up for some of it with being a rah-rah guy. He can make up for some of it. And then you got some of the players on the defense, they're rah-rah guys too. So maybe that kind of makes up for some of the shortcomings of maybe the personality of Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus seems to be like a very studious type of teacher. Very easygoing, things of that nature. But at the same time, we read it yesterday, he does also have to be careful in that very soft demeanor, because sometimes he'll try to push back and say that it was the player's fault rather than him not putting them in the best situation to win. So we'll see how that goes. But man, I'm struggling with some of this, some of the stuff that they're saying. But again, yeah, maybe they're saving Jaden Blue, because I'm telling you, I think they need him. I think they need him. He's a speed guy. You can't teach speed. So let's see what he is. Davion Wallace up in here. What up, Davion Wallace? He said, I feel you, but he's letting Shotty cook. He's not pushing game day mandates on the roster, so I like that. Okay, let's see. I feel you. He's letting. Oh, you're talking about Jerry Jones. Yeah, I you know what? I'm still struggling with that too. I'm struggling with that too, though, Davion, because so is Jaden Blue? Is that really a Brian Schottenheimer thing? I'm struggling with that because you're a play caller. You're a play caller. You know speed kills. Man, this dude is either out there messing up like nuts. There is no way you keep a player with that kind of speed off the field unless he is really out there goofing off. He really has to be out there goofing off. So, I don't know. We'll see. All right, Blue Star, I'm going to come back to what you just said right here. I'm going to come back to this in a moment. Yeah, this thing is really starting to get some legs, but I don't believe it's going to happen, what you're talking about. But we're going to talk about it anyway, because I see what you're saying. No, Tim Terry, no, they are talking about it. They've been talking about it on X. The reason why it's not a huge story is that he actually got arrested before he signed with the Cowboys. Jadeveon Clowney got arrested on a Friday, and what he got arrested on was it's a misdemeanor. What he was trying to do, he was trying to park in a private parking lot to go to a game. This is the story how I'm getting it. He was trying to park in a parking lot to go to a game. And then when they asked him who he was, I think the reason why he got arrested is that he didn't want to identify himself as Jadeveon Clowney. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. So, no, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Kevin Evans said, is Jerry Jones still trying to coach? I'm wondering about some of these decisions that they're making. Ray Royce, ooh, I feel you on this. Malik Davis over Miles Sanders. Yeah, I'm feeling you on that. Yeah. Ron Hanna said it has to be something more than what they're telling us, G, about Jaden Blue. Because I agree. Miles Sanders over Jaden Blue. Really? Bro! Ron Hanna. It don't make sense. Bro, they can tell us anything they want to. It don't make sense. I could believe you if you were letting, for example, Ray Royce just said, Malik Davis. I could believe you if you were talking about Malik Davis. Because I'm going to tell you right now, boy, they messing around letting Malik Davis out there. I think that dude would be running hard. I think Malik Davis is probably better than Miles Sanders. Bro, you talking about Miles Sanders over Jaden Blue? I ain't buying it. Ken Jones, he said, y'all gonna lose on Sunday to the Bears. Ken Jones, I see your Green Bay I see your Green Bay badge there. You don't need to be worried about us and the Bears. All you need to be worried about is us when we see y'all September the 28th. Boy, we gonna have something for y'all, Ken James. We gonna have something for y'all. It's gonna be on and popping. Yes, sir. We waiting for y'all. Wait, hey, man, we so excited, Ken James. We excited. Y'all are going to be headed to y'all first loss, Ken James. I know y'all have already crowned yourself as a Super Bowl champions. Everybody's trying to put you in the top 5. So what does that get the Cowboys when they beat you? Where's it going to get the Cowboys when they beat you? See, y'all thinking that Michael Parsons is going to come up in here and run some things. See, but Kenny Clark got a few things for y'all too. We ready for you. But we got to focus on the Bears today, though, Ken James. Welcome to the show, brother. Welcome to the show. My sister Niecy, what's going on? Ron Hanna said, thank you, G. It's all politics. Nothing else, because the tape is saying exactly what we see, but they don't. Man, I'm telling us, Ron Hanna. Man, if we were talking about Malik Davis, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm with you. Miles Sanders? Bro, if this dude can't beat out Miles Sanders, man, shoot, you need to be thinking about something. You need to be thinking about doing something. Let's finish up Jerry Jones. We got a lot more to go today. Appreciate y'all rocking with me on Let's Talk Cowboys. Let's go.
About how you could take the trade capital from the Micah Parsons trade here on these airwaves before and acquire a player with it rather than waiting to draft. Would you consider yourself open for business in the defensive trade market?
Absolutely. I'm open for business, period, relative now that we have those extra picks, and we should be. And we'll operate with them judiciously. When we traded Herschel Walker, I basically traded a couple of I think a 2 for one of them for Alonzo Highsmith. And, boy, what a great player. What a great person he is. But my doctor said he was through. It was bone on his knee. Well, I still brought him in. Of course, he was through. He didn't play any because of that bone on bone. It couldn't be repaired. What it gave us was the opportunity to cut and shoot. And we did do some things that you wouldn't have done with the normal picks. That's how Charles Haley got here. I couldn't have done that if we'd been sitting there with regular picks. I did it because we had extra picks. I was able to trade them to San Francisco to get Haley. It was a risk. It was a real risk to bring in Charles Haley. But the rest is history. He helped us get those Super Bowls.
Hey, shout out to Cut and Shoot.
Now, this right here, Jerry Jones, let me tell you, Jerry Jones is being very smart right here. Jerry Jones is being very smart. I got to give him credit. What Jerry Jones has just done is Jerry is putting the bait out there. Jerry is putting the bait out there because there are a couple of teams that are already teetering on their season being absolutely over. There are a couple of teams out there that their seasons are teetering on being absolutely over. This is what Jerry, and Jerry is being smart because Jerry is basically laying the bait out there saying, Somebody want a second round pick? Your season's pretty much over. You want a second round pick? You want to free up some cap space? We're open for business because I don't think the Cowboys are going to touch those. Let me tell you right now. I don't think the Cowboys are going to touch those two number one picks, nor do I think they should. The only way the Cowboys touch those two number one picks, I'm sorry, it better be a bona fide. I mean, it better be a bona fide player. I'm talking a player that immediately comes in like George Pickens, that immediately comes in on your defense, and your defense goes from last to almost first. It better be one of those types. Now, there's not a lot of teams out there. It's not a lot of teams out there who got those kind of players, if you ask me. But I do think there are a couple of players out there. Now, some people, now notice what he said, defense, because I'm telling you now, as much as people are putting it out there, the Cowboys are not trading for a running back. Forget it. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. They're not trading for a running back because Javonte Williams has been doing excellent. Phil Maffa is coming back, and the Cowboys are still, I think they're still going to do something with Jaden Blue. Once Phil Maffa gets healthy, I think Phil Maffa is going to be able to be a battering ram also for this offense. So even if something was to happen to Javonte, no, praying that it doesn't, they'll probably start working Phil Maffa onto this team in some capacity as the season goes on. So you'll have two of those type of backs, plus you'll have Jaden Blue. But when you look at the teams out there who probably have what the Cowboys may be wanting, there are two teams that stand out because everyone else is pretty much, even though there's some teams haven't won a game yet, some of these teams are what they still feel like are competitive. But the one team I know for sure that is heading down a ice slope, it is the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins. Now, I saw this morning where the owner of the Miami Dolphins said he's not ready to fire the head coach yet. But that don't mean that they're pretty soon, I'm sure they're going to be looking at, okay, it might be a time to rebuild. It may be time to rebuild. Maybe we fire the coach at the end of the season. And then we start, maybe we'll shake a few players. So you're looking at the Dolphins. And then, of course, I think the number one candidate that we had already talked about this in the summer, because I was screaming for the Trey Hendrickson trade before the Bengals extended him. But now the Bengals have extended him. The Bengals have extended him. And some people are saying that the Bengals may actually start reaching out to teams about trades and different things like that. But I'm also hearing all kind of other stuff too. I'm hearing that I also heard today, and I'm pretty sure it's just whispers in the wind. I also heard today that the Cincinnati Bengals I heard this yesterday, they may be trading for Shedeur Sanders. Not sure if that's true. They may be trading for Shedeur Sanders to try to salvage their season. Then I also heard that they're looking at Joe Milton III. This has even surfaced. That Joe Milton III, that maybe the Bengals are going to approach the Cowboys about Joe Milton III if they want to save their season. So if that's where they're going to do something, if they're going to do something. I don't think the Cowboys are going to trade for a cornerback simply because the Cowboys are waiting on Savon Revel Jr. So I don't think they're going to, I just don't think they're going to trade for a cornerback. I think they're going to go in the draft next year and get a cornerback. But the two candidates that you would be looking at, or the two teams that you're probably looking at, is Miami and Cincinnati. Now the question is, who's going to call who first? Who's going to call who first? Jerry is not going to call a team first. That team has got to call Jerry. The one who makes the call loses the leverage. So we're going to see who calls who first. But I do think what he's doing is smart. He's putting it out there. So if there are teams that if they get to a certain point and they're already saying, hey, man, season over with, okay, Jerry has already said he's willing to trade. He hadn't said exactly what he's going to trade. But Jerry is open for business. So I think what Jerry is doing is smart. Now, Jerry is doing a lot of things that I said Jerry was going to do. I said already, this team is going to be busy up until the trade deadline. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm not opposed to Trey Hendrickson coming in here because I've been talking about Trey Hendrickson coming. That's not a new idea. Some of us been screaming that long before even Cincinnati extended him. But what I think makes that more difficult is I just don't see where the Cowboys are going to pay Trey Hendrickson $30 million a season. It ain't happening. That's one of the reasons why I don't think the Trey Hendrickson thing is happening. It ain't happening. Cowboys not paying him $30 to $35 million. They're not doing it. I'll be shocked if they do it. They're not doing it. Now, I'll tell you this, Ron Hanna. Now, Ron Hanna, you own to something now. Now, if I was going to give up a first-round pick, Myles Garrett. Shoot, Myles Garrett. For the talent level of Myles Garrett, I'd take Myles Garrett in a heartbeat. Shoot, boy, I'd take Myles Garrett in a heartbeat, Ron Hanna. In a heartbeat, bro. I'd take him over Trey Hendrickson. I would take on Myles Garrett's contract because the Myles Garrett contract is actually more in the price range of where they were going to pay Micah Parsons. Yeah, if I'm the Cowboys, shoot, yeah, bring him in. I'd trade for Myles Garrett. I would. If I were the Cowboys, yeah, I'd try that one. I would try that one because I can tell you this. Cleveland, they're another team. They're not. The Cleveland Browns are a mess. Cleveland Browns are a mess. Cleveland Browns aren't going anywhere anytime soon. They are what my mom used to call back in the day a hot mess. They're a hot mess, man. Roger, appreciate that super chat. They're a hot mess. But what Jerry is doing is smart. Jerry is putting it out there for teams already to say, hey, man, hey, any of y'all looking to get into rebuild mode? Any of y'all got a superstar player that you want to get rid of? You want to kind of start over? Shoot, I'm telling you, the Cleveland Brown thing to me sounds way better than Trey Hendrickson. And I like Trey Hendrickson. 17 and a half sacks, 2 seasons in a row, 35 sacks. That dude has been balling. Shoot. Myles Garrett wouldn't even hesitate. Wouldn't even hesitate. Let's hear this last thing from Jerry, then we're going to move on to Shotty.
Jerry. All right. You got Ben Johnson. You got Brian Schottenheimer. You caught a lot of flack because people said, hey, he didn't bring in a Ben Johnson. He didn't bring in an Aaron Glenn. He didn't go out and get the name coordinator. We're going into 3 weeks in, getting a lot of positive feedback from former players saying that, Shotty has reinvigorated the culture. He's got a different mentality than we've seen from other Cowboy coaches in the past. What are your early returns and thoughts so far on Mr. Shotty?
Well, I'm proud of him, and he's basically bringing to the table everything that I felt you could put your finger on. Number one, for 30-something years, he's been in coaches' meetings at several different teams. He's got a doctor's degree on how to do it because he's been around it. And he understands the going and coming of all of the fads that go on in putting an offense together. Secondly, he has that kind of background. But guess what? He has the freshness of never having done it. This is my time. I'm going to get to show them. And, of course, I'm proud of my father, but this is a time for me to get to go do it. I love those dynamics. I love the foxhole about it. He passed early on a job that he could have had probably and been a head coach much earlier in his career. So I think we've got a seasoned coach, one that has been through a lot of battles. And I think we've got a seasoned coach that's never having done it. I agree now, head coach has got a lot more finger pointing towards you. But I sure like his fundamentals, and I like his approach too. He's got real, no other way to say it, he's got unique people skills, and he's engaging. And I think this will serve him well.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. Best of luck against Chicago, and we'll catch up with you again next Friday.
Good to be on with you. Thank you.
Yup. In the voice of Trey Songz. Yup. I like it. Very good interview by Jerry Jones. Very boring in the grand scheme of things. Very, very boring in the grand scheme of things. Jerry Jones talking pretty good football to me in the grand scheme of things. Not anything that's surprising. I mean, they're all kind of on this same page with the whole Jaden Blue thing. I don't even know what the heck going on with that thing. I don't even know how to explain it. It is just absolutely crazy to me. But again, I think that Jaden Blue is going to get his opportunity at some point this season. And so let's go over here to the Dallas Cowboys. DallasCowboys.com. Let's skip on over here. We'll run through that real quick and see what time permits. Now that you told me what you told me about the Jaden Blue thing, I definitely want to hear what he says. Hear what he has to say about Jaden Blue. Next up, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer, DallasCowboys.com. Let's go.
This is Dallas Morning News. Clowney, have you seen enough to feel like he can give you something on Sunday?
You know, we're going to keep watching today. I mean, Wednesday was kind of a walk and talk type deal. So good practice yesterday. See how today goes, and we'll have some meetings this afternoon to kind of finalize some things. So we'll see how today goes.
It seemed to indicate on the radio that might be a possibility that he might play.
I think anything's a possibility for sure. Again, he's working his butt off to learn the system. He hasn't played football in a while, but again, I love the intensity and the look on his eyes.
One more, if I may.
Now, the Cowboys, I think, with the thing with Jadeveon Clowney, I just think the Cowboys are doing what a lot of people do. You basically try to keep a team. You basically try to keep a team guessing all the way up until it's time to, all the way up until it's time for the game. So, come on, man. I'll be shocked if Jadeveon Clowney, the way Matt Eberflus was smiling yesterday, I'll be shocked if Jadeveon Clowney doesn't at least get 15 snaps for the Cowboys.
Sure, he's late, so you take as many as you want.
You may. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Have three.
We do love our legends. We do love our legends. Late is late. Late is late. The standard is the standard. The standard is the standard.
Last week, earlier this week, you talked about practice. Last week wasn't to your standard. How has practice been the last 2 days for you?
Yesterday was good. I thought, again, the day off on Wednesday of, at least I say day off, the day of not running and going full speed was good. I thought yesterday's tempo was really good. It was hot, which was good. I like hot. I think it's good for us with the conditioning. But I thought the work was really, really good. We faded a little bit, and then it was cool to see the captains and some of the leaders kind of get it picked up and get it back on track.
Clarence Hill, Dallas Cowboys. He's talking about the communication, comfort and communication, especially on the back end on defense. And is it down? Will those problems from last week be fixed on Sunday?
It was fixed yesterday. Every day is a different day. We're working incredibly hard at it, not just us as coaches, but the players. Good meetings yesterday with the coaches in the corners and just, getting everybody speaking the same language and using the hand signals and all that stuff. But anything we emphasize, Clarence, these guys have answered the bell. Now, I will say this, Chicago and Ben, they're going to create problems because they do a good job with their formations and movements and things like that. So it's something that has to be consistent. And I will say this, hey, against Philadelphia, we covered really well. AJ had one catch, Devontae had one or two catches, whatever, and, this past game wasn't to the standard, so you correct it, you point it out in the meetings, which we did, and then you work your butts off to get it right in practice.
Is there anything to the notion that you're asking guys to do things that don't fit their skills? Diggs has been more of a man corner than a zone corner. Number 6, I can't.
Donovan
has been more of a box safety in his career, and asking him to do things he hasn't done Is some of that?
I don't think so. I understand the question. I really do. But I don't think so. I think, we want to be multiple, and you have to do more than just play man-to-man in this league. And does it mean we can do things better? Of course. We need to do things better. But, again, when you want to be multiple and challenge an offense, like if I know, and I'm not saying me, I'm saying this NFL offensive coach, if you know you're getting man-to-man, I'm going to scheme the hell out of that. I mean, I really am. And so for our ability to be able to play man, but play zone and play two and play tricky twos where you're changing and inserting and things like that, that's hard. And so we have to do it at a higher level. But I think that our guys are so talented that they can do whatever we ask them to do. We just have to do it more consistently and as an entire defense.
I'm rocking with you, Brian. But when you say you want to be multiple and you run 100% zone against the Eagles, you come back and you run 96% zone, 95, 96, 97. Everybody's fluctuating on the number, but it was between 95 and 97% zone. And then you tell me you want to be multiple. I'm rocking with you, Brian. But if you going to tell me, Brian, also that you're going to run 97 to 100% zone, I'm going to scheme the hell out of you too. Yeah, I'm going to scheme the hell out of you, Brian, because Brian Daboll looked at your defense running 100% zone against the Philadelphia Eagles, and he said, we got better receivers than the Eagles. The seams are wide open. And we're going bombs away on you, Brian, because y'all don't realize y'all are weak on the backside. Come on, Brian. Now, I know you can't be up here trying to dog out your defensive, your DC and the players. But come on, Brian. You said you're going to be multiple. Now, Brian done beat that term into my head. I mean, Brian has literally beat that term into my head to where I'm, multiple. What does that mean? Because I could understand it means something as in multiple looks if you were giving multiple looks. But if you're 100%, 95 to 97%, you're actually not being multiple. You're being very predictable. You're being very predictable. Come on, Brian. Now, I'm riding with Brian. Now, y'all know I'm driving the bus. I'm riding with Brian. But, boy, when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, Brian, come on, man. Come on, man. And then to say, our players, we very talented. Brian, I'm riding with you, Brian. I agree. You're talented. But how about you also say that if you're going to be multiple, sometimes it requires multiple players for multiple looks. And maybe on certain looks, I know y'all went and made Donovan Wilson a captain, but maybe you need to say, hey, Donovan is still a captain, but we're going to play Marquise Bell and Wanye Thomas on these types of downs. When we won't run support, Donovan, Malik. When we won't pass support, Marquise, Wanye. You figure out how to mix it up. I don't see anything wrong with, if you're saying multiple, well, what's wrong if you got multiple packages, multiple personnel on different packages? Then what's wrong with having different safeties playing different packages? I'm just saying. Now, I'm riding with you, Brian, but, man, come on, man. Brian, when you start saying this kind of stuff, I'm like, wait, bro. Man, you got to let that talk, match that walk, my brother. You got to let that walk. Shoot, Ron Hanna, boy, you stop. Man, stop playing up in here, Ron Hanna. Sauce Gardner, boy, you playing up in here. Well, I wish Cowboys could get Sauce Gardner. Shoot, boy, you better stop playing. All right. Blue Star, he said, man, the whole Myles Garrett play is washed. He said himself when he signed his deal, he loves it in Cleveland. He would not leave the Browns for anything. Blue Star, he was also the same one that said he didn't want to be in Cleveland no more, didn't want to play for Cleveland no more. He also the same one that said that. Man, what they got to learn, Blue Star, money talk. Money talk and bullcorn runs a marathon. DC4L, Mr. Brightside, he said Jerry going to make calls because he got to show he right about the trade. Young Jerry is back. Yes, sir. Jerry wants to make, hey, Mr. Brightside, I'm giving that to you 100%, bro. He wants to be right. He wants to be right. And I think he is going to be proven right. I think he is going to be proven right. CW, he said, gee, Gary not going anywhere. Yeah, we thought the same thing about Michael Parsons. Yeah, we said Michael Parsons wasn't going anywhere. Nisi said, I would trade for Myles Garrett just because Michael said the Cowboys don't have the money to pay him. Shoot, me too. Nisi, the deal already done. Man, you never know. Cleveland, with the way Cleveland going, shoot. Man, the way Cleveland going, man, Cleveland could just flat out say, man, maybe we need to rethink this. Because let me tell y'all something. I've told y'all about these edge rushers. And y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. I'm laughing that they posted the top 4 edge rushers this week. Clarence Hill did it. I wish I would have snapshotted it. I'm gonna do a better job of that going forward. He talked about the top 4 edge rushers in the game. You know what they all share in common? No Super Bowls. All of them share the same thing in common. No Super Bowls. And we don't even know if they're going to get close to a Super Bowl. I'm telling you, everybody's crowned Green Bay. Everybody's crowned them already as a Super Bowl team. I'm not believing it. I'm not believing that Green Bay is a Super Bowl team. I'm not believing it. You wait until they get into the meat of that schedule. You just wait. Some of them games, they think they're going to be, some of them games everybody calling, yeah, man, them going to be easy games. Those divisional games, watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. Watch when Green Bay faces Detroit in Detroit. I promise you they're not sweeping Detroit. They're not sweeping Detroit. I'll even go out on a limb. Wait till Ben Johnson get this thing really going. They're not sweeping the Chicago Bears. I'd be shocked if they sweep the Chicago Bears. The team I think they may sweep is the Minnesota Vikings, depending upon how that goes. But those divisional games are different. Everybody knows it. We just played the New York Giants. Look at how that game went. We saw last year the Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears, Thanksgiving, came down to clock mismanagement. Chicago Bears almost knocked out the Detroit Lions. We saw the game last night. Everybody talking about, yeah, man, Buffalo Bills going to blow Miami Dolphins off the field. When? When they blow them off the field? It wasn't until the last quarter of the game that Buffalo finally pulled ahead of the Miami Dolphins. Those divisional games are different. People are crowning these teams way too fast. You watch what I tell you. You watch what I tell you. They're crowning these teams way too fast. And again, man, what a team is saying today is not what they're saying tomorrow. If the Cleveland Browns could literally see a way, okay, man, you know what? Maybe we need to do somewhat of maybe we kind of need to do a little bit of a reset. How about we start creating some cap space? Myles Garrett. Cleveland, Myles Garrett. It's just that simple. Myles Garrett, ain't nothing you can do with Deshaun Watson. But I'm telling you, man, don't be so quick to say somebody ain't going nowhere, because these people be talking about they're not going nowhere, and man, the moment you give them an opportunity, they out of there. They're out of there. But again, hey, man, when I start hearing this kind of talk from Brian, I understand what he's doing, bro. He can't throw his team under the bus. But, you know, when you start saying your team can do this and do that and do this, and you want to be multiple, but what you're saying ain't matching what you're doing defensively. Offensively, we get it. Yeah, you got it, bro. You multiple. Power run game, prolific passing game. You got it. Yeah, you got it. Prolific and power. physicality. You got the 3 Ps, the PPP. Physicality, power run game, prolific passing game. We got it. You talented on offense, but when you say that about the defense, we struggling a little bit, bro. Ain't saying you ain't got no talent between Kenny Clark, Oso Digizua. You know, Donovan I think Donovan gonna do Donovan things. Now you got your Davion Clowney. Yeah, your defensive line is looking pretty good. But when I start looking at everything else, I'm struggling. We used to say back in the hood, Angie the Rebel Chicks, what's going on? Angie, back when I was back in the hood, we didn't say struggling as an STR. We used to say struggling, SCR. Man, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling. But anyway, let's go. Let's listen to some more, Brian.
Change it up more because at least the AI numbers, or whatever you want to call it, say you've been playing zone 98%.
Yeah.
The time.
Yeah.
You know, in both games, you know, like at a high level, you have mixed up this man.
There's different zones. So again, like AI, you know, I mean, I don't know those numbers. I don't really understand AI. I'm learning more about it. But some of our zones have match principles, which is man. So it presents a zone, but there's match principles, things like that. But again, we have plenty of good calls. I think what we need to do is we need to execute the call to the best of our ability. And then when we have situations like 3rd down and 24, not give up big plays because we're not on the same page.
Hold on. Now let's push back from our film session yesterday. Let's push back from our film session the other day. Now, there were some people who were saying, nah, man, you know what? He did that right. That was his zone, yada, yada, yada. But Brian just said something. Brian is almost saying that in those zones, there is an expectation of some man-to-man in that zone, or when someone's in your zone playing them like man. So he's talking about, you think about what Trayvon Diggs was doing, giving him inside position, playing trail technique, pushing him right into the safety. Donovan Wilson taking kind of, on the last one, we know it was a wrong angle. But on the other two, it was really just great play design that you could tell that there were some things that they saw on film. It was just great scouting. But Brian is almost saying that there is an expectation that even though, because he's not saying we're not playing zone. Now he's saying, yeah, we're playing multiple zone. Okay, got you. Got you, Brian. Okay, you're saying you're playing multiple zones. You're all zone, but it's different expectations within the zone. So what are you telling us? You're telling us that once someone gets in your zone, or once they get on Trayvon Diggs in his zone and he pushes them inside, you're saying you want him to stay more in phase with the wide receiver, play closer to the wide receiver, and don't just get left 5 or 6 yards off the ball? Okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But defensively, they need some work, man. Now, I'm hoping, as one of our, I forgot who in the chat said it, but I'm hoping he's right, that maybe they've been saving up some stuff for the Bears and the Packers. Because they're going to have to look different this week. They have got to manufacture some pressure. They can't run 90%. I don't care what kind of zone they're running. The only zone they need to be running 90% of this week is the end zone. Anything else, they don't need to be running 90% zone. They need to vary it up, because I'm telling you, if they don't change up what they're doing, shoot, boy, y'all thought Brian Daboll came up in Dallas and took and drank the orange juice straight out the bottle? Shoot, wait until we get to Chicago. They don't change this thing up, boy, I'm telling you, we may be in for a 45-point. It may be 45-40 this game. It may be literally 45-40 if the Cowboys don't change it up. Because I can tell you this, the Chicago Bears, unless there is a miracle, they're not stopping the Cowboys defensively. Man, when I show you this doggone injury report from the Chicago Bears, they won't be able to stop, even with a stop sign, they won't be able to stop nobody. The Detroit Lions went 52 last week. I will not be shocked if the Cowboys, if the Cowboys are close to that total. But my concern is, but will the Bears, will they also get close to that total? Because if they run the defense they ran against the Giants, Ben Johnson slicing, Ben Johnson putting holes in that thing like Swiss cheese.
I meant more analytics than AI.
No,
so.
yeah, analytics, yeah. Okay, I understand that a little bit more. Yeah, I do.
Really?
He's going to leave now and go out there, hang out.
Number 4, I can't think of his name.
Oh, wow. Dakota, his name's Dakota, by the way, yeah.
You're old too.
Yeah.
Third game, Todd Archer, the ESPN. Third
Yeah,
game.
thank you.
Third different start time. How does that impact you at all in how you get a team ready, and what do you have to think about leading into games?
You don't think too much about it. It changes your nightly schedule. You know, when we play primetime games, we don't have night meetings. Still have curfew and things like that. When you play noon and 3:25, you have night meetings. But you know, in terms of the kickoff time, we try to usually get to the stadium about 2.5 hours, before kickoff. There's a first bus, second bus when you're on the road. Some guys like to get there early. I'm not an early guy. I don't like to get there early. I'd rather sit in my house or sit in the hotel room and review and chill and relax as opposed to sitting in the locker room.
Robert
When I get to the
Davis
locker room,
Jr.
I want to kind of get dressed and go. But we're going to play all types of different days and times, and the world loves the Cowboys, and that's a good thing. And because of that, we play a lot of different times. But you really don't think too much into it in terms of what time the game starts.
You told us you'd go.
And y'all don't take me in the wrong way. I love Brian Schottenheimer. I've been driving this bus. Y'all already know this. I just understand. I think I kind of understand what Brian is doing. Brian is the one thing I can appreciate about Brian Schottenheimer. And I am so sincere when I say this. It just makes me. It's just a feeling. It's a real feel-good feeling when I think about Brian Schottenheimer on this level. The one thing I know I'm never going to have to worry about with Brian Schottenheimer is I'm never going to have to worry about Brian Schottenheimer going against Jerry Jones in the front office. I'm never going to have to worry about it. I'm never going to have to worry about Brian Schottenheimer I'm never going to have to worry about him trying to exonerate himself. I'm never going to have to worry about him trying to put the blame on somebody else. I'm never going to have to worry about him causing division on the team. I'm never going to have to worry about Brian Schottenheimer siding, quote unquote, with social media or trying to make himself look good make himself look in a certain type of light. I just love Brian Schottenheimer for this very reason, because even though he knows that his offense is on a whole nother level than his defense, the one thing he's not going to do, he's not going to throw him under the bus. He may say little things, but he's not going to throw him under the bus. He's not trying to throw Matt Eberflus under the bus. And I know doggone well he knows he's smarter than me when it comes to football. He knows doggone well that they ran a 100% zone. They ran a 97% zone last week. And he knows doggone well they're not running multiples the way that he's saying they're wanting to. No, what he's saying inside of those zones that they're running, that they are kind of expecting some zone / man-to-man type of play. That's exactly what he's saying. He's saying that within those zones, there are actually assignments other than just your zone. There are some expectations when they come in your zone. There are some expectations of when a man comes in your zone, how close you play to him, how you're reading, anticipation, don't know, playing deeper back. I mean, even though I still say that there are some plays that Dayball just out-schemed Matt Eberflus, and there was nothing that Donovan Wilson was going to be able to do. I totally understand Brian Schottenheimer on this. This is why I love him as a coach, because he is a unifier of men. He's a unifier of men. And so I can deal with that. I can deal with all these things he's saying because I know why he's doing it. I know why he's doing it. And it makes perfect sense. That's the kind of coach you want to be, especially in Dallas. Because one thing I know about being a Dallas Cowboy fan, Dallas Cowboy content creators, especially in this new generation of Cowboy content creators and Cowboy fans, boy, they don't mind creating controversy. Man, content creators, let me tell you something. Content creators, media members, beat writers, media writers, they create controversy within our own fan base. Man, we be arguing over stuff that's not even reality. We'll be arguing over stuff that's not even happening. We can't even focus on what the team is because we got people focusing on what the team is not. What the team should do, what the team shouldn't do. I'm more focused on what they're doing and what they have right now. I can't really focus hard. I can't focus as much as on what they don't have because I'm just focusing on what they're doing. And I think what they're doing for the most part is really, really good. And so, again, I just appreciate Brian Schottenheimer because, I know he knows surely he knows what I know. He already know what Clarence Hill is asking. But at the same time, I'm not going to throw Matt Eberflus under the bus. I'm not going to throw the front office under the bus. We know we're a work in progress on the defense, and we're going to keep progressing.
Call it out. Are you actually calling it out, like you're out loud? You're going through different situations.
So I'll take you guys through it. There's no big secrets here. So Tyler Boyles, my chief of staff, he'll pull a NFL Jesus stats from one of the games of the opponent we're playing, and he'll basically insert us into it. So let's say I'll use the Bears against Minnesota. Let's say, okay, he'll read this to me. He'll say, hey, okay, Bears win. I don't know if this happened, so don't take my word for it. But Bears win the toss. They defer. Okay, so boom, ball's kicked. Okay, insert Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin returns it 35 to the 35-yard line. You got 1st and 10. Okay, boom, and I'll call a play. Okay, whatever happens, happens. He'll say Javonte Williams runs for 4. Okay, it's 2nd and 6. I'll call a play. Okay, boom, 3rd and 3. I'll call a play. Ooh, CeeDee Lamb, explosive. Now it's 1st and 10 at the plus 22-yard line.
What up, Darren
I'll
Posey?
look at the red zone. I'll call a play, and then after I call the game, I make notes of things that I like that I did, or man, I wish I should have done this. I wish I should have done that. And we'll usually do 2 or 3 games, and you kind of start to find your flow a little bit.
I agree, Keith.
And it's funny when we did it leading up to Philadelphia. We didn't do it in the preseason. Tyler Boyles, who's been,
I got
a couple different places, Indianapolis.
I'm going to try to
and
do that,
Carolina.
too. I'm
He's
going to put
how
Pinky
long
on the
have you been
screen with
doing
that
this? I said,
laugh.
I really started at Seattle. He goes, it's really cool. But it helps. It helps you work the kinks out a little bit. And, I don't think I'll ever not do it.
Why did you start it in Seattle?
I just think, going in, it was after the COVID year. It was COVID year, actually, 2020. And I just felt like, having all the plays, and you think about it, right? On Monday, Tuesday, we put in 1st, 2nd down. We installed to the players on Wednesday. Well, when Sunday, when you're playing at prime time, we played a lot of prime time games in Seattle as well because we were good. It's a long time from Sunday at 8:15 or whatever till Wednesday. And so for me to go back and have to call the 1st and 2nd down part of it, then lead to the 3rd down part of it, and all the situations that come into play. Like, you'll be shocked some of the game management situations, like the game management situation that happened at Philly before the end of the first half where we had to get up there and get a little bit closer to kick the field goal. That happened in one of the games that we did, and I literally remember the call. It's called, I'm not going to tell you guys the call, but I called the same play that I called in that situation. So was that because I remembered it? No, it was one of our core plays. But, again, the point is you'd be amazed that around the league the things that come up that would be good for you to rehearse.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. First off, how's your
Mills
mom doing?
36.
She just got surgery. Thank you. 2 pins. And doing great. So she's already out of the hospital, which is amazing. She's a tough one. That's who I get my toughness from, her.
Amen. Glad his mom's doing better.
Yes. She won't be at the game, but believe me, she'll be cheering, and she'll be watching.
I want to ask you about a couple rookies. Let's start with Donovan as a Rock.
Mills 36, I think what you're saying here, let me tell you why I can agree. Trey Hendrickson is probably more realistic. But if I'm the Cowboys, I'm not giving up a first-round draft pick for Trey Hendrickson. No way, no how. I'm not giving up a first-round draft pick for Trey Hendrickson. Also, if I was trying to trade, because I like something that Poobie D said, Poobie D said we need young pass rushers. Poobie D, this is one of the main reasons why I would not give up a first-round draft pick for Trey Hendrickson. No way, no how. I'm not giving up a first-round draft pick for Trey Hendrickson. Now, if Cincinnati had some young player that I wanted, that I thought was really, really good, I would give up a first-rounder maybe for Trey Hendrickson and that player, but not for Trey Hendrickson. Also, if I were the Cowboys and I'm taking Trey Hendrickson, they're going to eat some of that contract. No, they're going to eat. Cincinnati going to eat some of that contract. I wouldn't take his contract. I wouldn't take Trey Hendrickson contract. Too much. Too much. Poobie D, you making sense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. He said he making $40 million, so that's going against why we didn't pay Micah. Now, Myles Garrett, that's different. But as it applies to Trey Hendrickson, Poobie D, ain't no way. Ain't no way. They'd have to eat some of that deal. They'd have to pay some of that money. I would not pay Hendrickson's full contract. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And I'm sure the Cowboys are in that same frame of mind. They're not doing that for Trey Hendrickson. If Cincinnati calls the Cowboys, I promise you, they're not taking on that whole deal. And that's why the Cowboys are putting that bait out there. Because if somebody want them, those draft picks, yeah, you're going to call us. That means that now we get to set the stipulations for the deal. Yeah, Nisi said, facts, G. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the part about not worrying about Brian dividing the team. I'm telling you, Nisi, this dude here, this is one of the main reasons why I really like this dude. He's a unifier of men. And Jerry's right. He's a great communicator. I think this team is really, really bought into his philosophy. Right now, he's struggling on defense because, honestly, even with Michael Parsons, this isn't a Michael Parsons issue. The Cowboys still had a talent issue on defense. I think they still had a talent issue. But y'all are going to believe me as we get closer to the end of the season. Kenny Clark is one of the best moves the Cowboys have made in years. Kenny Clark is one of the best moves the Cowboys have made in years. When you can stop a team in the middle of the field, I'm telling you, travels well. Travels well. Rain, sleet, snow, it travels. Summer, fall, winter, it travels. Teams want to run in the rain, you got somebody in the middle. They want to run in the cold, you got somebody in the middle. If they run, they're going to have to run outside. And if they're going to run outside, it's easier to tackle those running backs when they're trying to stretch a play outside. Man, they get between them tackles, shoot, it's a foot race. You mess around, the game over. I love what they've done up the middle. I just think they got to get a little bit, and when DeMarion Overshown comes back, talent is going to ramp back up because a player like him elevates the players around him. So Cowboys on the right track. They just gotta endure. They just gotta endure. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They just have to endure. Chris DeVault, what's going on with you? Steve Campanella. He says, hey, G, you know what separates you from the rest of like YouTubers doing the thing, talking Cowboys? He said, you're the only one who speaks the pure common sense in an age full of knowledge. Appreciate you, Steven Campanella. Yes, sir. Hey, man, I do my best. To God be the glory. I just try to do the common sense stuff. Poobie D, this man said we better not trade for no doggone Garrett. Come on, Poobie D, you know doggone well. Poobie D, you know doggone well. If we got Myles Garrett in here, boy, you know you be loving it, man. You know you'd be loving it. Sean, what's going on? Sean said he laughing and struggling. Sean, you ain't never said struggling. Shoot, boy, that's how we used to band back in the day, boy, struggling. Struggling, boy. Yes, sir. Edge, I know you done heard struggling before. Come on now. Come on. All right, let's see. Let's get some more of this thing with Brian Schottenheimer, man. Great interview. I'm telling you. I just love this guy, the way he's a unifier of men. I'm just telling you, he ain't gonna throw. He might take some jab. He's just not gonna. This dude is not gonna do anything to cause friction inside of his organization. He's not. Edges, yeah, them analytics. Man, I be laughing at them analytics. I ain't. Rombowski. He said, sorry, G, but Shotty's play calling itself is still leaving more to be desired for me. 2 straight 3 and outs to start a game against New York Giants is inexcusable if the O side is your specialty. Hey, Big Rombowski. Now, let's give him a little bit of a break. Man, them dudes play. Okay, let's think about what happened. So they were dumb enough, Big Rombowski, to defer. They deferred, and this would have happened even if maybe New York wins and they take the ball. But you get the opportunity. Rombowski, what is our strength? Offense or defense? Why would you defer if offense is your strength? If I'm getting an opportunity to get the ball first, I'm going to take it first because I want to immediately put teams behind the 8 ball. I want to immediately get up on them 7-0 if I can and let my offense get warmed up because the offense benefits from being on the field a long time. The defense suffers from being on the field a long time. So if I'm him, I want to go ahead and let my offense get warmed up. Man, it was almost, mid-first quarter by the time the Cowboys got the ball? They warmed up the whole game. Now they got to wait another 30 minutes to get on the field. I think that was a bad move. I just think that's a bad move, Brombowski. You tell me what you think. I'm sorry. If I'm at home, I want the ball first every single time. Every single time I want the ball first. My offense is my strength. I immediately want to put every team behind the 8 ball. If I'm the Cowboys, I want to put every single team behind the 8 ball. I want to set a pace. I want to punch them in the face. And I want to tell them, I'm going to score every time I get the ball, right? I want them to know that from the get-go. I'm going to score every time I get the ball. So we want the ball first. We're going to put tremendous pressure on your defense this week. Same thing. Even on the road. They win the toss, get the ball first. Get the ball first. It's Chicago. Caleb Williams is the worst quarterback in the league in the second half. If I'm them, Rombowski, we're taking the ball first. We're scoring. No field goals, touchdowns. We're going to score a touchdown the first drive of the game. And we're going to put Chicago on notice. That's what I would be doing. You better score every time you touch the ball because we are. You think Detroit beat you bad? We going to double. If we can, we're going to score 100 on you today. I didn't say 100. I said 100. We going to score 100 on you today if you don't. Man, I'm telling you, this is their strength. They got to play to the strengths. They got to play to the strengths. And I think that was a vital miscalculation, Rombowski, to defer. Giants get the ball first, then you don't get out there to the second. Boy, boy. That's tough. Nisi said, do our veteran defensive backs forget to play and just wing it? Nisi. I just think Trayvon Diggs, I just don't think he's right yet. And I don't know if that means, I don't know what that means. Because I'll be honest, I don't know what Trayvon Diggs is yet. I just don't know what he is. So, the Trayvon Diggs thing, man. Devin Mills said, I said that yesterday, G. Man zone concepts. Exactly. See, Devin, think about what Shotty is saying, man. And I know you getting it. This dude is saying, yeah, we're playing zone, but we want man inside of the zone. Okay. I get you. So if you're saying that you want to play man within the zone, well, now Trayvon Diggs does become even more at fault on some of the plays that we're saying it's not Trayvon Diggs. Because I was saying this yesterday. Why would Trayvon Diggs run up to the line and not get his hands on Malik Neighbors? Bro, I understand you're playing zone. Get your hands on him. Get your hands on him. Help your safety out. Delay him in the route. Push him off the mark. And then beat him to the mark. You already know where your zone is. Well, stay in your zone. If you've pushed him inside, then stay outside. But stay with him. and then help Donovan Wilson out in the process. Man, I'm telling you, this is really unlike what I heard that this dude's defense is. This isn't one assignment then. If I'm playing zone and you telling me I got to play man within the zone, well, this isn't what they said it was. This dude's defense is supposed to be simple. Well, if you tell me I got to play zone man within the zone, man, I'm telling you, this sounds easy. Some folks probably saying, oh, that's easy, man. Okay. Can't be too easy because we ain't doing it right.
What have you liked from him here early in the season, and what's kind of the next step for him to get to?
You see the growth. You see him getting more comfortable. I thought he played very well against the Giants. I think he's figuring out that you need a assorted bag of pass rush moves to beat tackles in this league. The tackles are bigger, they're longer, they're faster. I think he's figuring that out. I like the way he's playing in the run game as well. He's using his length. But I love his demeanor. The way he approaches practice, the intentionality that you see from him in practice, I think is really cool for a young player. Again, I see him getting better, and that's what you want from young players. And again, I'm not surprised by it because of his makeup and the way he works, but I do see him improving, and I think these next couple games you'll see him take even another leap.
And with Revel, I mean, it's got to be tough being, starting your first year and still having to work through this rehab process. What have you kind of seen from his mental strength to this point, and do you expect to have him this year?
Yeah, I mean, I really do. I'm not going to put a timetable on it, but again.
Yeah, I think some of the things you guys are saying in the chat when, you say if you play zone, DC4L, Mr. Brightside, he said if you're going to play zone, Flus, play the right player, simple. I also think Robert Thomas said something here is very unique. He said we should bring back Gilmore, bro. He can help us. Now, Robert Thomas, I do think with the type of defense that they want to play, I do think that Stephon Gilmore can help them. And I do think, I still say bring in Gilmore because I think he can solidify your defense. And I think that he's at an age where you wouldn't have to play him 60 snaps a game, playing 30 or 40 snaps a game, especially very situationally, especially when you want to run some man stuff. Gilmore is very savvy. I would love to see Stephon Gilmore here. I would. Mr. Brightside said because that film against the Giants was hot garbage. Boy, you ain't lying, boy. Boy, that film was garbage, bro. Ben Rabowski and Don Shula never forgave the Dolphins for firing his son in favor of bringing in Nick Saban. Devin Mills said, remember, G, he coached just last year with Chicago, and he coached against the Packers twice a year. Devin Mills, let me tell you something. That better pay dividends. It better pay dividends against the Bears, the Packers, and the Vikings. Man, Flus got some inside stuff, bro. It better pay dividends. I am not lying. It better pay dividends for us.
I think here's what I said, and we had a staff meeting this morning, and I kind of talked to the coaches about it. I reminded them, right, like make sure we're spending time and talking to and reaching out and checking on those guys that are hurt. It's not easy to be hurt. When you're out 6-8 weeks, whatever it is, if you started on, NFI like he did, like it's not, there's a lot of things that go through your brain, and our job as coaches is to make sure we're connecting with those guys. Hey, how you doing? Okay, I know you miss playing, and okay, how's the rehab going? And it's not just a 2-minute conversation. It's, hey, bring them in, talk to them, call them on the phone, go upstairs and have a bite to eat and catch up with them. And I have not had a chance to do that with Von, but I have had a couple really good conversations with him, and he's doing good. There's a process, and he's stacking pretty good days, and it's the hardest part of dealing with an injury is the mental anguish. And you love playing football. You want to be out there with your teammates. You've reached the NFL, which has been your dream since you were so, 5, 6, 7 years old. And it's like, But when you handle it the right way, the journey is just getting started. Have some patience. Have some grace with yourself if it's going slower than you thought. It's not the big deal. We're not going to rush him out there and let him go out there and fail. We're going to watch him grow, watch him ramp up, watch him have success, and because he's going to have a hell of a career.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News.
Y'all watch what I tell you. Donovan Ezeraku is going to be a monster by midseason. Donovan Ezeraku is having to figure out this league. He's no different than anybody else. You have to really figure out this league because you're going against grown men now. These are grown men in this league. This dude going against grown men. And so he'll get better by midseason, I do believe. I do believe he'll get better. Dominic Pittman, I think you make a very good comment. He says Shotty's going to have to give some pushback if there's something that he needs in order for this team to be successful. Now, Dominique, but I'm going to tell you where I think Shotty is genius. I think he is doing it. I just think he's doing it behind closed doors. And I think by some of the stuff he's saying, I think you can tell he's acknowledging the shortcomings. But rather than bashing the team in the media, which is exactly the wrong thing to do, rather than bashing the team in the media, because this is one of the things I was saying about him early on, don't tell everybody everything. Say some things behind closed doors. And when you get in front of everybody, you always be on a united front. That's very important. Always be on a united front, because whenever you are the type of person, I can take you talking to me and giving me the cold hard facts behind closed doors. And then when you go out in public and you got my back, oh, bro, I'll do anything for you. I'll do anything for you. This is where Brian is so good. I'll do anything for you if you'll tell me the truth in my face and defend me behind my back. I was talking about this at church. I've been in a sermon a couple of weeks ago. One of the worst things that happens, I don't get concerned about people who talk about me. What I get concerned about is the person who tell me that somebody was talking about me, and I'm just kind of like, well, what were you saying? What were you saying when they was doing all this? What were you doing when they were doing all this? I'm not concerned about what people say about me as much as I'm concerned about what the people who I say are supposed to be my trusted friends. Well, what are you saying as they're talking about me? You're tolerating it? What are you doing? Nodding your head? Somebody talks about somebody I know and love, and I know what they're saying not true. I'm pushing back. Nah, bro, that ain't true. I'm going to do it a nice way. No, that ain't true. And if there are awesome opportunities you have, I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but this is what he's doing. Boom, boom, boom. This is what she's doing. Boom, 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 boom. They're working to get better. I'm not going to be sitting around with somebody dogging somebody, talking about, yeah, man, yeah, you right. They're trash. You never have to worry about that with Brian. It seems like to me that Brian is behind closed doors. And I think you can tell in some of the things he's saying, he's acknowledging they have some opportunities. But I also think he's sending a clear message to them saying, but the one thing I'm not going to do, what I'm not going to do is throw Brian under the bus. What I'm not going to do is throw Matt Eberflus under the bus. I can appreciate it. I can appreciate it. Because I would be tripping if he was throwing him under the bus in front of folk. Nisi said Brian is the new Jason Garrett in the sense that the front office will ride with him for the next 10 years. Nisi, I believe you. I believe you. And the reason why I believe you is that this man is the type of person that really puts people in a comfortable space. Brian Schottenheimer puts people in a comfortable space to where it seems he's acknowledging, man, you got some opportunities, bro. You got to step it up. While at the same time, but I got your back when people start talking about you. Man, Brian ain't dumb. That's why I'm going to keep giving Brian a bit of a doubt. Brian ain't dumb. He know what's going on. Yeah, Davion Wallace, I'm not in panic mode. I'm not either. Dustin Roberts said, what up, Dustin? He said Wilson is not a coverage safety. Well, you let Matt Eberflus tell it he is. Boy, you let Matt Eberflus tell it he is, boy. Boy, you let Matt Eberflus tell it he is. Kevin Ellis. The Cowboys know we're getting better. Because you know what they're banking on? DeMarion Overshown. Y'all watch what I tell you. The whole defense is going to change. Overshown, Clowney, Clark. Whole defense going to change. Whole defense going to change. Savon Revel Jr., The whole defense is going to change. You watch what I tell you. The Cowboys seem to be trying to buy their time. Lost in Translation said, we have people listen to the 4-letter networks, and those people don't know what they're looking at. I don't even think they care what they're looking at no more. I just think they're just trying to be, just trying to gaslight people and get them hyped up. Robert Thomas said, excited for Sunday. I cannot wait for the Green Bay game. If we keep balling and getting better, we should beat the Packers. Robert Thomas, I'm just telling you, I'm with Edward Frazier. Book it. I think we're beating the Green Bay Packers. Book it. Book it. I believe we're beating the Green Bay Packers. P. Funk, appreciate you. He said, great show. Let's go. All right, let's listen to some more Brian, man. This dude, I really like Brian Schottenheimer. I like the kind of man that he is. And I think he's a unifier of men for sure.
One more zone question, communication for you. And I was hoping you could indulge me in a quick case study. Basically, they had 2 wide receivers over the right on Wan'Dale Robinson's touchdown. They did a quick motion with the tight end. A lot of communication happened on that play, and then Wan'Dale ends up going scot-free. So when you're trying to diagnose communication issues, how do you go about saying, hey, we had communication here, what's the root of it, what happened, how did you guys kind of diagnose that?
Well, you see it, Joe, in real time. Like, you do see it, and you look at those surfaces and stuff, and you're like, okay, hey, what happened there? But the players give great feedback. Like, I do think that's a huge part of this. Like, on the sidelines, our players, we talk to them all the time. Hey, what happened? And there's players that give you really good feedback, and they're like, oh, yeah, hey, I just didn't stay on top of number 3, or hey, yeah, I jumped the underneath route or whatever, or hey, yeah, I didn't overlap. And then there's other players that they're a little bit more but what we don't want is we don't want guys telling us something that's not real, and we don't have that. We really don't. Our guys give great information, and because they know we're going to find out, we're going to see it and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't remember the specific play that you're talking about, but I will say that again, it's a inside-out communication. When there's a change of strength, there's different ways to handle it based on the speed of the motion. If the motion's really fast, sometimes you just bump the pieces over. If the motion's in between, you normally will run your nickel over, or you'll switch your backers, you'll do things like that. You'll spin your safeties. And that's why you just think about what I just said. If it's a slow motion, we could do one thing. If it's a fast motion, you could do one thing. What if it's a peel motion where he goes over and comes back? It's not as easy as, yeah, why are these guys not talking to each other? They're talking, but they're also talking and then having to cover guys that are running 4-4 and 4-3 down the middle of the field. And that's why it takes so much practice, and that's why we've been doing a bunch of walkthroughs with the defense, working on those trouble formations, knowing Ben's going to present those things, so that they're not just speaking, Joe, they're speaking with confidence.
That's it right there. That's what I was saying yesterday when I showed the film. If y'all will notice when I showed the film, what did I show you? They were communicating. It's not that they were not communicating. Now Brian is explaining it perfectly. But how are they communicating? Are they communicating in the right way? Prime example. Hey, Donovan Wilson, Malik Neighbors runs a 4-4-4-3. I'm pretty sure he runs a 4-3-40. Hey, Malik Neighbors runs a 4-3-40. Hey, Donovan, get further back. Or Donovan, hey, Trayvon, you moved up on the line. Can you get it? Hey, can you at least get your hands on him? Can you get the bump that you're allowed to do within the first 5 yards? Can you not just bump him? Can you literally get your hands on him? Get your hands on him. If you're going to get him inside, then push him. Then push him way inside, or whatever you're going to do, push him way inside. But keep your hands on him. And then when you run against him, hey, on that last touchdown, hey, Trayvon, maybe you shouldn't play trail. Maybe you should try to stay in phase. I mean, it's the right communication. That's exactly the point I was making yesterday. Because you can clearly see on the film, what are we saying they're not communicating? Because they were clearly communicating. They were clearly communicating. I think the issue is maybe it's not the right type of communication. Something as simple as, like Brian said, hey, man, Wan'Dale is fast, whatever to do. Hey, he fast. Bro, he fast. Hey, these guys, we cannot. This simple communication. Hey, guys, We can't let Malik Neighbors get off the line of scrimmage without somebody putting their hands on him. We can't let Robinson get off the line of scrimmage without somebody putting their hands on him. That's the kind of communication. Now, my question becomes again, why isn't Matt Eberflus even saying that part? Hey, guys, these guys are too fast. You can't let them get off the line of scrimmage without putting your hands on them. He's hitting it right on the head. The right kind of communication. Because they were clearly communicating. It just wasn't doing no good. And if you know you're not a fast defense, then you got to do some things to keep guys in front of you. Then you have to do some things to keep guys in front of you. And I say if you got guys who are faster than your secondary, I think there are two things you're going to have to do. One, you're going to have to get your safety probably backed up a little bit further. Two, you're going to have to get some hands on the wide receivers. Three, hey, man, we're getting burned anyway. So let's just choose how we're going to get burnt. Let's choose how we're going to get burnt. If we're going to get burnt, we're going to get burnt blitzing. But we're not going to get burnt sitting with our butt on our hands. Heck no. If I'm the Cowboys, get burnt blitzing. At least then we can say, well, they sent a blitz, it didn't work, they scored. Don't let quarterbacks sit back there. Send somebody up the middle. Send somebody on the outside. Get these guys off their mark and do your thing. Niecy said it's only week 3 and I'm tired of the shoddy interviews. You know what, Niecy? Let me tell you something. He's not interviewing no more than anybody else, Niecy. But it seems like he's interviewing way more than Mike McCarthy. I think he's interviewing way more than Mike McCarthy did, but he's not. I don't think he's interviewing more. It just seems like he's interviewing more. Man. Niecy, maybe I'm going crazy, but I was thinking to say, I'm like, man, it seemed like this dude interviews like every day. I got to go back and check the record on this. I'm not even sure that Mike McCarthy talked every day. But again, hey, he's a good interview. He says all the right things, so.
And Brevin Spanford had a couple big blocks in that last game. I'm just curious. I know you call plays for wide receivers in order to get them open. Do you have guys that maybe say, hey, I want to use this guy as a blocker and specifically this play, so I'm kind of using the same methodology, or is it just, hey, we're going to run our play and hope that Brevin's doing
No, I think you guys know how I feel. I mean, I'm all about, players are who make the magic happen, and Brevin's played extremely well and physical the last couple games, and on Miles Sanders' touchdown run, you can find the block. It's easy to find, but he was dominant at the second level against a linebacker. But, again, you get caught up in people, get caught up in George and CD and all that stuff, but, Fergie's a really good tight end, and Scooney's a really good tight end, and Brevin's a really good tight end, and we're going to use those guys. And
Nick Bolton, Keith.
The things that they do in the running game, all that does for us is make our play-action passing game way more effective. And that's, I think, what we're excited about in these next couple of weeks is, okay, people are going to pay attention. I mean, Dennis Allen's going to double CD. I think I said that the other day. He's going to. He should. I'd double CD. I might triple CD. But those other guys have to be ready to make the play, and they will.
That's me too, Quasi Blake.
Hey, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. It's not easy to pull a smile out of Brock Hoffman, but when I asked him about the level of excitement combining
the big gay boys,
demeanor, that lunch pail, blue collar demeanor. You look to the left, you got Tyler Smith, same demeanor. Look to the right, got Tyler Booker, same demeanor. He smiled, showed all 32. Can you just talk about the value of being able, obviously you lament the loss of Cooper Beebe for a couple months, but having that type of guy to be able to step in between Tyler Booker and Tyler Smith and not have a drop off, at least in demeanor.
Yeah, you never want players to get injured, and Brock doesn't want anything bad to happen to Cooper Beebe, but the nature of the National Football League and football in general is there's going to be injuries, and it's the next man up. It's going to take it, I say all the time, for us to go where we want to go to win a Super Bowl. It's going to take all 69. Brock is the guy that he prepares like a starter every week. So when he gets an opportunity like he's going to get this week and for a few more weeks after this, he's going to be ready. And he is one of the unquestioned leaders in that room. It just goes to show you don't have to be a starter per se to be a leader. We want leadership from all different levels of our locker room and each position room. But confidence is generated by having good players around you. And when you have good players around you, you tend to be more confident. And I don't know what he has up his sleeves in terms of trash talk and things like that, but what I've told him is you be you, play to the edge, but don't go over the edge. And he has a great knack for doing that.
Chris.
Christy Scales, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio. Last week was the first in which you had the game captain in addition to the season-long captains, Malik. How are you doing that internally? Are you notifying that person like in front of a meeting that, you know, the weekend of, is it like Ring of Honor committee of one making the decision, or you're taking input from?
Well, no, and thank you for asking. I think it's awesome. I think these guys deserve it. So when we went to the yearly captains, it was something that I always wanted to do in terms of wearing that C on your chest is cool. It's important. It's a badge of honor, no pun intended. But I also know that, like I've said, there's more than 6 great leaders in our locker room. What I think so great is that when you have the game captain of the week, one of the actual captains has to bow out of the coin toss because the league only allows you to send 6 guys out there. So last week, I did it. There's a thread with the captains and myself and a couple of people, and both.
Poobie D, I'm going to say it. I'm going to tell the truth and stay in the church. Poobie D. Boy, if we could have had Kenny Clark and Michael Parsons. Woo! Poobie D, I don't even want to imagine it. Kenny Clark and Michael Parsons? Woo! Boy, Kenny, hey, Poobie D, I'm going to say it. You don't have to say it. Hey, man. Woo, hey. Boy. Now, again, it don't require that. But, boy, let me tell you, boy, if you could have had, oh, gosh. Poobie D, the combinations of Michael Parsons, Kenny Clark, James Houston, Michael Parsons, Kenny Clark, Dante Fowler. Oh, man. Woo. Boy, that's all I can say. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, Poobie D. I'm going to leave it there. But I'll tell you this. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your hats. Jadeveon Clowney may very well come in here and wreck shop. Jadeveon Clowney fully understands the advantage of having defensive tackles like the Cowboys have. Shoo. Let me tell you something. There is a reason when that man looked and said, they got Kenny Clark? No Michael Parsons? Oh, shoot, I can come in there and rush the passer. Do y'all know that Jadeveon Clowney basically told us, I can come in there and rush the passer. You give me some defensive tackles that'll push that quarterback out the middle and push him outside. I bet you I'll get him. I bet you I'll get him. If he goes back further, I bet you I'll get him. I'll beat that left. I'll beat that right tackle, move him out of the way, push him to the ground. I bet you I'll get him. Hold on to your hats. Jadeveon Clowney, by the time we see Green Bay, watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. The Cowboys got, and I know I think they're trying to play the game. Yeah, man, Jadeveon ain't going to play. No, Jadeveon, I believe, is going to play. They need to let Jadeveon Clowney play this week. I don't care if it's 10 snaps. He got to start getting himself ready to go because I'm telling you, shoot. Like Eddie Murphy said in that movie Life, shoot, we on deck. Green Bay game? Shoot, man, we on deck, bro. I'm telling you. It's all hands on deck, man. Star Guardian X. Appreciate that super chat. Star Guardian X said, I think it seems like he interviews a lot because he talks X's and O's and talks about team as people, that makes it seem like a lot, I think. Start guarding next. Let me add this to it. And I think this may be even where Nisi may be. I'm telling y'all, this football team is boring. This football team is boring, bro. It's like Robert Dudley said, business is boring. Last year when Mike McCarthy was here, did y'all realize every single week we weren't talking about necessarily business? We were not talking about business. I mean, every single week it was something crazy. Yeah, man, they ain't practicing hard. Yeah, man, they ain't practicing right. Hey, man, why did Trayvon Diggs go after the reporter? I mean, every single, hey, what about Michael Parsons' podcast? You listen to Michael Parsons' podcast and what he said on the podcast. What did you think about that? Do y'all know every single week last year, the press conferences were never about football. They were literally like, it's like so many of the press conferences were about drama going on with the team. Hey, Mike McCarthy, you haven't signed a contract yet. You think you're going to sign next year with the Cowboys? I mean, every single week it was something crazy. Brian Schottenheimer, boring. Boring. He's not going to throw the front office under the bus. Y'all remember with Mike McCarthy, Nisi, LaQueen, Angie? A lot of y'all been here since the beginning. Y'all remember? Every single week, it was like Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones fighting in the media. Every week, Mike McCarthy like, well, when you do this, you could always tell when he was talking about himself versus the team. Oh, I think this is what we do. But when they wanted to throw somebody under the bus, yeah, I just say when you do this. Who is the you? You not in the we? I mean, you not in the you, right? It's just when it's we, it's a good decision. When it's the you, it's a bad decision. Every single week, it was drama, 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 drama with this team. It's only been 2 weeks. But the one thing we've known about Brian since he's even been interviewing since having press conferences since the preseason, boring. Hey, Brian, Michael Parsons has not been in practice. Well, I control the things I can control. I told Michael Parsons, don't worry about the deal. It'll work itself out. Yeah, I talked to Michael. I'm not going to tell you what we talked about. I just told Michael we needed him in practice. Boring. Boring. This is why this dude seems like he's talking so much, because at the end of the day, guess what? He ain't giving us nothing. He ain't giving us nothing. This dude is boring. I'm telling you straight up. And I won't say it like we used to say it in the hood, Sean. I'm telling you straight up. I'm telling you straight up, bro. We are boring. This is why people don't want to talk to Brian Schottenheimer. Boring. Even when you're talking to Jerry now, boring. They talking football, boring. People are so used to the drama with this team. I'm telling you, I've realized something about a lot of the people who cover this team. They have benefited from the drama of this team. When I hear people talk about this team, I always hear them talking in negative connotations. It's never about what we're doing. It's never about we're good. It's never about we're improving. It's always about I listen and I watch things they post. It's always about what we're not doing. I can't to each his own. People do what they want to do. I can't roll with people like that. I can't roll with people like that. I can't roll with people who, under the guise of keeping it real, man. Man, you can keep it real and still not bash your team. You can keep it real and still not having a fan base hating your team. hating the front office, even when the front office is doing good things, even when the front office is moving correctly, always still trying to pull the fan base back into Jerry is stupid. Jerry ain't doing things different. Jerry ain't trying to make the team win. Meanwhile, every time Jerry makes a move, I can't. And we got people who have literally made a living off this team's demise. A living. And I'm telling you, this is why even Brian, again, man, Brian Schottenheimer is boring. Matt Eberflus, boring. Matt Eberflus tells you everything you need to know at the beginning of the press conference. So by the time you ask the questions, you're really just asking him the questions, the answers he's already giving you. Boring. This team is talking X's and O's. And when you talking X's and O's, a lot of people, they don't even want to hear that stuff. They don't want to hear it. Especially if you're not tearing the team down, they don't want to hear it. Brian is boring, Nisi. Bottom line. I can understand why we like, man, this dude, man, he interviews so much, he boring.
Osa and Dak, I said, hey, who wants to sit this one out? And Osa beat Dak by a matter of seconds. So Osa, he sat out the coin toss so that Malik could go out there. And then the staff has a huge part of selecting it. So they nominate each side of the ball.
Angie, I caught myself yesterday. Yeah, I kept... Angie said, DC and I were here. DC, here I was about to say, G doing good today, not mistaking us. I was doing good. Did I mess up already? Hold on a second. Angie, if we going to keep the score of how many times G calls me and you vice versa. Okay, so far it's one. Okay, I'm doing great then. Because yesterday, I'm telling you, I was messing up all over the place. Messing up all over the place. All right, I got one time. Y'all keep track.
Ball, offense, defense, special teams. They nominate someone that is exemplifying the things that we want, playing well, having leadership, playing with toughness, playing with grit. And I kind of talk to them about it, and I make a decision. And this week's captain is a guy that really, really proud of. He's playing great football right now. Will be Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
And I told the team that today. And Friday we tell them who the.
Give it to him. Give it to him. Yeah, give it to him. Javonte Williams has been playing well, man, well. And I'm telling you, I am so glad. I mean, it's not like I was saying anything bad about Javonte Williams, but I'm just telling you, this dude has surprised me. He has really surprised me. This dude is running that rock, man. He really is. He really is. He is running that rock. And for him to have 4 touchdowns already, 4 rushing touchdowns, man, this dude is balling. And he's only going to get better. He is only going to get better. So Javonte Williams, man, he deserved. Yeah, he deserved to get that captain spot. Now can you show us what Jaden Blue look like?
Yeah.
And acknowledge him.
Yes, we don't pull him up, but we announce him, and everybody goes crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet they did.
Who's bowing out?
I haven't sent the text yet, but it won't be Osa because I'm not going to make Osa yet. I said, let's be honest. I mean, CeeDee's probably not looking at his phone, so at some point we'll come up with a formula, because CeeDee's probably gaming, so he's probably not looking at his phone. But we'll take turns and we'll rotate it.
He will take his phone though. He will grab his phone.
Oh yeah.
What does Jaden Blue need to do to get active?
What does he need to do, Brian?
You're going to hate the answer, but I'm going to keep saying it. Be more consistent. He's had 2 really good weeks of practice. He really has.
Come on, man. I can't with this. Come on, Brian. Let me hear the rest.
Right now, when you look at the numbers in the roster, we're a little heavy on defense. Obviously, we're beat up on defense, so we're a little heavier on defense. So we're short, I'd say, a body or two on offense. But he can't get caught up on that. And he has to continue to control what he can control, which is to do a really, really good job in practice, spending the extra time with Nick Sorensen with special teams. You can't just be a returner because we've got an all-world returner in Terp. And Jaden's a really good returner. We all know that. You know that. But, okay, let me see your gunner reps and let me see this. And he's doing a phenomenal job of learning the system. But the biggest thing is just the consistency. And we see trends from him. We see trends from Mozzie. You know, and like I said, you know, when we sit down this afternoon after we go through today's practice, and we'll make some of those decisions. And the last thing that I say, and I say this to all the guys that become inactive, is these things change fast. I remember 2 years ago we were in Washington, and it was to win the division. And all of a sudden, I think it was Brock was going to be down, and Zach Martin showed up at the stadium, man, and just was throwing up and sick. So my point is, those things change up until 90 minutes before the game. So and we usually tell the guys on game day because of that. But Jade needs to keep doing what he's doing, and he's doing some really great things for us, and we're excited.
Real quickly about Turpin, is he good to go for everything, for all the returns, and you know, because I know if you might need an extra returner because of his injury. But
yeah, we have backup returners, but yeah, Terp is one of the tougher guys that we got, and he should be good to go.
All righty.
All right, thanks.
I'm struggling. You right, Shotty. I wasn't going to like what you said. I'm absolutely struggling with this. I'm struggling. I am. This has to be something else. I just can't. I can't buy it. This has to be something else, man. This has to be something else. I wouldn't be struggling so hard if we were not talking about Miles Sanders being in front of him. If you were telling me it's Malik Davis in front of him, I would kind of be like, okay, I can see. Miles Sanders, I'm struggling, man. I'm just struggling. Consistent. Okay, he's had two good weeks of practice. It's like with this dude. It's like with Jaden Blue. So we got to keep moving. We're gonna keep moving the goalposts. And again, they're seeing something, and that's why I say, Brian. While I say he's not gonna throw people under the bus, they're definitely doing something psychologically with this man. Let me tell you, Mozzie Smith, I totally understand. Mozzie Smith done. Mozzie Smith is done. Mozzie Smith literally needs to be traded. I think Mozzie is done. I just don't think he's recovering from this. Jaden Blue, I don't think Jaden Blue is going to be. I think Jaden Blue is going to be fine. But doggone it, man. Okay, first it was practicing consistent. Okay, he's had the 2 good weeks of practice. Then you say, now he's got to get better in the, he just can't be a punt returner. Okay, so you saying he's a good punt returner, but he's got to do, okay, now we got to look at his gunner assignment. Man, good, man, come on. Oh my, I'm struggling with that talk. I really am. I'm struggling with that talk, man. I'm struggling with that, but okay. Javonte, we'll see. I guess I've been asking people. I asked some people on X today, have they seen anything about the Cowboys depth chart? Nobody's seen anything about the Cowboys depth chart, so maybe it'll be a game time decision. Maybe Jaden Blue will get a chance to play. Big Ron Bowski said you should always defer when you win the flip. If you score before the half ends, then score again coming out the half. That's a 14-point swing. Could be a game changer. Yeah, it could be. But if I'm as prolific as the Cowboys are, Big Ron Bowski, man, I don't give a doggone about that. Nah, bro, I'm coming out on your neck, bro. I'm stepping on your neck from the get-go. 7-0. I'm on your neck. I'm about to put pressure on you. You better score every single time. Because if you don't, I'm coming out the box scoring in this thing. I'm coming out the box in this thing scoring. Because the strength of the team is the offense. It benefits an offense to be on the field the whole time. It hurts the defense if they're on the field an extended amount of time. Man, I'm winning them snaps, but I get what you're saying. Old Bill Belichick strategy. Shoot, not me. Now, this point here is a great point, Rombowski. Whether you defer or not, you can't start a game 3 and out. Not in today's NFL, where all the winning teams right now script out their first 10 to 15 plays, which is exactly what this dude Ben Johnson gonna do. Ben Johnson, it has already been shown the first 2 games. You can tell those first 30, those first 20, 25 plays, they're scripted. Caleb Williams is perfect in them joints. Shoot, once them scripted plays are out of there, that man is done. That man is done. All right, let's move on, guys. Let's move on to Ben Johnson. Let's move on to the Ben Johnson press conference. I'm very interested to hear what this man has to say. Ben Johnson looks like
open it up.
Ben Johnson looks like a mad scientist, man. He really does. He seems like the type of dude that's working on something in the lab that he shouldn't be working on. You know it and he know it and he lying about it. Robert Thomas, I've already talked about Leofow. Boy, y'all got me rolling. Y'all got me rolling talking about these doggone ligament boys. I'm now figuring out what y'all talking about when y'all talk about ligament boys. Y'all talking about all these doggone Cowboy players with these doggone snap ligaments in their knees. Boy, y'all crazy. Boy, y'all crazy. Y'all talking about all these dudes with these busted up ligaments. I see what y'all doing. All right, let's go to Ben Johnson real quick. This should be a very interesting listen when you're talking about Ben Johnson, man. This dude, like I said, Ben Johnson, boy, he look like somebody, like I said, is doing something he's not supposed to be doing. And very intense guy. And man, everything everybody's been talking about, man, they talking about this dude is leaning towards benching Caleb Williams. I don't believe the Chicago ownership, I don't believe they'll allow him to do it, but this is what he's bucking for. So let's check out old Ben Johnson, see what he got to say.
Did you get the response you had hoped after making the comments about their practice habits?
We had a good week.
What impressed you about it? Or what?
We went back to work.
Is there any thought of letting Tyreek shadow?
Man, let me tell y'all something. This dude and Clayton Adams, they are 2 dudes, when they talk to me, I want them to wear shades. This dude, Clayton Adams, is looking like, I don't want to be up here. I want to be doing football stuff, but I got to talk to you folk, so I'm giving you the shortest answers I can give you. This dude, Ben Johnson on another level, man. He on another level. Star Guardian X, he said, gee, is this Jones politics coming through on blue? Star Guardian, I'm questioning this, bro. I mean, they know more than I know, but there just seems to be more to this to me. I'm telling you, Star Guardian X, this don't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I mean, they moving the goalpost on this dude. Oh, he's having great practices, but now he's got to understand you got to be more than a returner. Yeah, we need to see his gunner assignments. And come on, man, stop this on this dude. Okay, how about you not having returning kicks? You already said Kevontae Turpin is a world-class returner. Then what the heck are we worried about him returning for? Come on, man.
Any receiver for that matter.
Yeah, he gave away our game plan. Tyreek's had a good week of practice, so.
Okay. Update on Jalen Johnson's status for long term?
No, not yet. We're still working through that, but we'll have the injury report here out at the end of practice today, and we'll kind of have a good idea of who we're going to the game with.
You guys sent him to a specialist or anything of that nature?
Yeah, we've had some opinions on it.
And I know you've seen some things you liked from Noah Sewell and the time that he's played. What has struck you about the way he's played when he's been needed on defense?
He's been, to me, he's the epitome of a linebacker. He's a little bit of a throwback in this era.
Carolina Cowboy, I like what you said. It makes sense to me. Mike McCarthy was an X's and O's coach. X's and O's coach. Schotty is a player's coach. Yeah. Yeah. Boy, Dominique Pittman, boy, you just said a mouthful. How in the world did Diggs let a comedian let him get in his feelings? Man, let me tell you something. Boy, you got to leave them doggone, man. All you do is make those dudes' platforms bigger. Man, leave them dudes alone. I don't understand why Trayvon Diggs even allowed himself to go there. Trayvon Diggs, I know he understands now, Dominique Pittman. Man, leave them content creators alone, especially Bubba Dub. Shoot, boy, he'll be out here clowning you for a whole year. He already said he gonna be on his butt like. Bubba Dub said he gonna be on his butt like Pockets. boy, you can't make this stuff up, boy. Now Trayvon Diggs gonna let this dude live in his head rent free. Cause Bubba Dub gonna be, boy, he go every single week gonna be turning this dude up. Turn him up, boy.
Or two where really physical, not afraid to see ball, get ball. He strikes with aggression, gets off blocks. He'll shoot a gap if he sees it open. I think he's been a guy that really from the springtime to camp that one, I've been pleased with how he's progressed. I think Richard Smith's done a great job working and developing his skills, and Noah's really taken the right approach. That's one. And then two, I think the confidence is just grown steadily as well. I think it's he's a guy that takes a lot of pride in what he does, and I think he goes out there, he plays hard, and he plays the game the right way.
What did you appreciate about Rome on Sunday?
Similar sentiment to what I just said about Noah. His approach is really good. He's willing to do whatever it takes right now, and I think there's a number of guys like that where we're just looking for a win, and it doesn't matter the production. What the stat sheet says, he wants to go out, and if it's in the run game, if it's in he'll help out in pass pro. He did that a little bit last week, but physical nature, he wants to help set the tone for what we want to be about on offense, and he wants to do it the right way.
Darnell's had a couple untimely penalties.
Wait, boy, y'all might be rolled up in here. This man Newhouse said Diggs had called Dak out of his name during practice, but Bubba Dub got him in his feelings. Boy, you ain't lying, boy. You are not lying, boy. Alfredo Morales up in this thing. What's going on, Alfredo? Boy, you are not lying, boy. This man got this man all in his feelings. Man, grown men don't need to be in grown men DMs unless it's some serious talk, man. Unless it's some serious talk. Man, yes, sir, Q-Ball, I said it the other night. What are they communicating? Because, hey, Q-Ball, the communication was there. That wasn't the problem. It was what they were communicating that was the problem. All right, let's check out Ben. Ben is another one of these very boring interviews. Very boring interview.
But how do you evaluate his total performance from what you've seen from him in 2 games?
I've been pleased. I think he's a really talented individual that shows up all the time. I got a joke right now. He's a little bit of a unicorn. The O-line, they take to it because he's got some rare traits that you don't see all the time around this league, and he can be effective in both the running game and in pass protection. And so he's a guy that we count on. We're trying to do some different things with him, move him around, give him in space, or have him pull a little bit, things that maybe he hasn't done a whole lot of in the past. But I think when you have a player of that caliber that has talent like him, that you do try to feature him on your offense.
Where can Rome build on his overall game? How do you help him refine?
Shoot. That's a good question because he really is to me. I know he's only a second-year player, but he's very much a complete receiver. He's willing in the run game, as I mentioned before, but as a route runner, he's got the ability to win one-on-ones. For a big, long guy, he's got the ability to change direction and separate, probably more so than a lot of the guys I've been around. And so when you have a guy like that can separate yet has a huge catch radius and can go up and get the football, I think it's a unique skill set. So We're still working through his route tree. You know, there's a number of things that we've introduced to this offense that he's really taken to, and then we're continuing to push the limit each week and have him do some things that we haven't asked him to do yet also. So we're just going to continue to learn and grow together.
And when you guys have false start issues, is that players being undisciplined, or is it part of your offense that they're still trying to grasp?
Probably all of the above. It's something that it's been no secret. We had hoped we'd have been a little bit further along through camp in games 1 and games 2, just in terms of the pre-snap penalties and eliminating those. But I do think we've had a good week here and haven't had the issues that we've seen in the past.
Left tackle, you left things very open-ended going into the season about your plans there that you'd be evaluating. Has Braxton convinced you, or is that still very much open?
Yeah, each week we evaluate everybody on the roster, and so if a guy's playing well, you know, we let them know that and say that they're playing winning football for us. And if guys aren't doing well, then we have to look into how do we help them and put them in a better spot to succeed, or do we need to get somebody else in there? So that's a conversation we have for every player on the roster. You know, we'll see where we go each week, and you'll see on game day.
What about specifically with Braxton? I mean, Joe Tooney is not at risk each week of being benched. What is your assessment of Braxton right now?
Braxton he's doing a good job in terms of knowing the game plan. I think he started the first half of each game really strongly, and we probably haven't had the second half finish that we wanted.
Ben, with a young guy like Ozzie being inactive on a game day like last Sunday, what's your message to a player like him, or even Shamar on the other side of the ball, as to what they need to do to get a game jersey? And then, obviously with Ozzie, where is he in terms of the development track that you wanted to see?
You're always the king of 2 questions, aren't you? And I keep forgetting like one of them, so I'm gonna. All right, Ozzie and Shamar. Okay. So no. All right. So with Ozzie, it's with all these rookies. We're developing trust, and so what do we do with Ozzie? We start him on the left side. We made the decision that wasn't the best spot for him, and so we moved him back over on the right side. He's getting better.
So kind of what Ben is talking about is they're having some problems on their offensive line. He's talking about Ozzie Tropilo. I guess he's a rookie. He's struggling at right tackle, even though he's second string. It's obvious that he's having to play or something to that effect. And then the guy who he's talking about is their left tackle, Braxton Jones. So, hey, man, Cowboys should have some opportunities this week. We're going to look at their injury report in a moment. Cowboys should absolutely have some opportunities this week against the doggone Bears. I mean, if the Cowboys can get any kind of pass rush, which I think they will with Jadeveon Clowney especially, shoot, this game should be over by the second half. Not only should this game be over by the second half, we actually should see Joe Milton III by the fourth quarter. We should see Joe Milton III by the fourth quarter. But again, stranger things have happened. I heard it's going to be some weather, but they should definitely be able to. This Bears team, man, they got some major injuries going.
Better every day. Just made a comment to the O-line coaches this morning about how much improved he looks in individual and some of the run stuff that we're doing on Wednesdays and pads, and he's really showing up. So he's coming along, and there'll be a point this season where he's playing for us. Is that this week or is that a few weeks down the road? I don't know. But he's preparing as if he's ready to go. So we'll see there. Shamar, on the other hand, was a different story. He was dinged up there during camp, and so we didn't get to get good eyes on him in terms of what he could do or compete for a role. And so now he's been healthy. He's had a few weeks to get his feet wet, and we're developing more confidence in what he can do for us on the defensive side of the ball.
What about with another young guy who got a few more opportunities last week?
Yeah, he's another guy that the more reps he gets, the more trust we gain in him, and he just has the tendency to do the right thing. I think he's got a good understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. We always talk about the intent of the play, whether that's run game or pass game, and he seems to be ahead of the curve in terms of young guys grasping that.
Were you guys inside yesterday? Did you want to work with more crowd noise? What was the intent for going inside?
Yeah, I wanted to.
Ben, is the just getting the culture you wanted, the work ethic you wanted, would you call that a heavier lift than you expected? I know you said you're happy how everything went this week, but I'm just saying overall.
No, this is normal. We're in a good spot.
And you've had ample experience going up against Kenny Clark over the years. What makes him difficult to handle up front?
Jeez, oh Pete, yeah. Anytime he's singled up one-on-one, he can give those interior lineman fits. Tremendous amount of respect for that player. He's been a game wrecker, in my opinion. Shoot, almost every time that one of my offenses has gone against him, and so a guy that you got to account for. I'm glad he's out of the division. To be quite honest with you,
Yeah.
we're
Talking about
going
Kenny
to battle
Clark.
with him here this week, but our guys know him. Jonah knows him from going against him for a few years there. So tremendous amount of respect. We're going to do what we can to negate him. I mean, that's really the strength of their defense is their defensive tackles, both him and 97, and so.
Have I not been saying it? The Cowboys have a top 5 defensive tackle duo. Ben Johnson is exactly right. The anchor of the Cowboys defense are their defensive tackles. And this is actually, it should be the goal of every defense. The goal of every defense should be to have elite defensive tackle play. Because if your defensive tackle play is elite, you can stop teams from being dynamic, especially if you have a good pass rush. You don't need an elite pass rush. You need a good pass rush. Hopefully, Jadeveon Clowney is going to step in and do what Dante Fowler didn't do. And hopefully the Cowboys will start giving James Houston some more of these snaps they're giving Sam Williams and start generating a pass rush. Because Sam Williams he got 41 snaps, I think, last week. 40 plus snaps. Really? 40 plus snaps and 0 sacks? 1 assisted tackle? Nah, we can't have that from Sam Williams. We cannot have that from Sam Williams. Give James Houston more snaps. Let's get Jadeveon Clowney in there. Let him bite into those snaps too. But again, Ben is exactly right. I've been saying this, and you're going to see this is going to pay even more dividends as the season goes on. The Cowboys have elite defensive tackle play. Not good, it's elite. And let's put some respect on this man Solomon Thomas's name.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Solomon Thomas has been balling at the defensive tackle position for the Cowboys. Absolutely balling. Absolutely balling. Man, I'm telling you, all the Cowboys need is we don't need elite. We just need good. If Jadeveon Clowney can come in here and be the Jadeveon Clowney he was a couple of years ago, the Jadeveon Clowney he was with the Baltimore Ravens, we on to something. But hey, we're going to be on to something. We're going to see this week. I do believe Jadeveon Clowney probably gets somewhere around, I wouldn't be surprised he gets somewhere around 13 to 20 snaps. Cowboys going to get him involved. They got to get him ready for the Rams. I mean, not the Rams. They got to get him ready for the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys own to something, and Ben Johnson knows it. And man, let me tell you, even Dan Campbell, Detroit Lions head coach, he was actually talking more about the fact that Kenny Clark was out of the division than he was Micah Parsons coming in the division.
We got to do a great job making sure they're accounted for.
You were talking the other day about what you appreciated about Dak at the line of scrimmage and cadence and all of that. With Caleb, do you have him look at other quarterbacks and say, look at kind of the way he controls it, or do you just want
Don't say yes. Don't say yes, Ben. Don't say yes.
Caleb to figure it out how it works for Caleb? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are certainly examples across the league that we look at and we take note of. I brought it up in the springtime in terms of footwork. Matthew Stafford was a guy that we talked about modeling in a lot of ways, and I think I do really believe the second part of what you said is true, though. We find our own way. We find what works for us. We're all.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, you don't want to be out here talking about, yeah, we out here telling him, hey, man, look at what Dak doing. That's, no, man. No, you find your own way, bro.
We're all a little bit different. We're not trying to mimic somebody necessarily, but we are trying to pick things up from them as well. So I think he's done that. I think he sees that every week when we're watching tape. You always admire certain quarterbacks and how they go about their business. And, I've been really impressed with Dak the more I've seen of him here this week.
A couple more. Are you guys interested at all in Clowney? Did that go anywhere?
Of Clowney?
Davian Clowney?
Nothing serious.
Ben, DA talked about creating more one-on-one situations for Montez and getting him kind of more in a rhythm. Like, how, big picture question, how is that done when you try to create one-on-one opportunities for a pass rush?
Same thing. You guys are, you try to get this plan.
Holistically speaking, how is that done?
Yeah, well, you certainly can move him around. If they have an idea of where he is, they may try to slide that way, their protection, and to try to help him out. And same thing when you have the chips and the nudges and the tight ends and the backs are helping out in pro, and they know where a player is, that can certainly help them out and to make sure they formate it the right way to help. But so moving around is one thing, pressure's another thing. Certain types of fronts can help out. You study each offense every week, and usually their third down protection, their six-man pro has certain rules, and you look to attack it.
Javonte Williams has Javonte Williams has experienced something of a career revival in Dallas. Is there something that he's added to his game? What are you seeing on film?
He's a Tar Heel. Those Tar Heels, they're resilient, and so he had an injury, and he looks healthy. He's come back. Guns a-blazing. I think, Declan Doyle talked about him in the springtime because he was with him in Denver, and he had a lot of respect for who he was as a person, and he's certainly taken off so far this year. And I think it's not understated. They have a new offensive coordinator there in Dallas that has brought over some unique run schemes that really attacks fronts. He's done a great job these first 2 weeks, looking to get after things. So I think there's been a little bit more space for the Dallas offense when you're talking about the running game, and I think Williams is benefiting from that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Ben Johnson, another one of those guys who just talks X's and O's. Very good conversation he was having. Again, the acknowledgement of Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark is absolutely incredible. He's done a lot for this team. He talked about him, and also that's the strength of their defense. I think that's a very powerful statement by him. And again, talking about the renaissance of Javonte Williams. Very happy for him, especially with the injury that he had, and now he's back. So he definitely gave Javonte Williams his flowers. So I'm looking forward to seeing do the Cowboys make these adjustments, that they need to make, because I'm telling you, man, these doggone Chicago Bears, don't let them fool you. These dudes got talent. These dudes have absolute talent. But saying all of that, Michael Frazier, and I'm kind of behind you guys. You guys are kind of behind where I am, but Elwood Frazier says Micah wouldn't have understood what Kenny brings to the table if we still had him. He said Michael didn't understand being a leader. He for sure wouldn't have understood that. I feel you. I see where you are on that. All right, let's see here. But again, Ben Johnson, he understands. I know he understands what the Cowboys is. But I also think he understands, Cowboys got a crazy offense. They do. Big Rumbowski said it's still early, G. If this team is 1-3 after the Green Bay game, knock on wood, then the boring part will be no more. Big Rumbowski, I don't think they'll be 1-3. They're going to beat Chicago. The Cowboys are going to beat Chicago because there's no way, and let's kind of see where we are. Okay, we're going to listen to Biggs in Chicago real fast, and then we'll get down to, when we get down to the stats and the injury report, Big Rumbowski. They are obviously they'll have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to beat the Cowboys. They will literally have to pull a rabbit out of the hat because if they score on the Cowboys, the issue is I don't think they're going to be able to stop the Cowboys from scoring. I just don't know how they're going to stop the Cowboys from scoring. I think it's going to be their biggest part.
That's right, we'll open it up.
mean, they are literally decimated. They are decimated on their as far as their stars go. So unless they have some guys who step up and really come in here and just go nuts, man, the Cowboys should score points, man. There's no doubt about it. Cowboys should score points. All right, let's listen to Brad Briggs real quick. He is obviously from the Chicago area. Now, last week we heard the New York Giants media, they bashed on Russell Wilson, only for Russell Wilson to come in here and have the doggone game of his life. I mean, this dude, Russell Wilson, came in balling. So let's see, as we listen to Brad Biggs from Chicago, let's see what he tells us.
On the beat for the Chicago Tribune. You can also hear him on 670 The Score, joining Sean and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Brad. How are you?
Morning, guys. What's going on?
How much early panic and freak out there in Chicago with this 0-2 start?
I think the only people that are freaked out are the ones that invested entirely too much time in buying into the hype and hope of the offseason. New head coach, first year. I think it's reasonable to expect an adjustment period that's going to take some time. Like, this was a 5-win football team last year. It should have had more than 5 wins, but Ben Johnson didn't inherit a turnkey roster here, guys. So anyone that's been kind of looking at it objectively understands where they're at. Now, disappointment in the way they got to 0-2, sure, that's fair game. They absolutely collapsed in the fourth quarter of the Week 1 Monday night game against the Minnesota Vikings, as J.J. McCarthy in his first start scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of that game, and then they got steamrolled in Detroit last week. So the Bears defense guys 2 for 2 in their role for the NFC Offensive Player of the Week so far. J.J. McCarthy and Jared Goff. So, Dak Prescott, C.D. Lamb, who's next?
What are the issues defensively?
Well, they can't rush the passer, and they're without their top cornerback, one of the better corners in the league, and Jalen Johnson. So when you can't mesh a pass rush with coverage on the back end, it's going to be a long day. They've just been getting hit with big plays all over the place. The sample size is far too small for us to draw any sweeping conclusions from, but they're third in the league in defense on third down right now. But it doesn't really matter because they've hardly had any third downs because the opponents have been going first down, or first down, second down, first down. They've been bypassing third down.
They've been bypassing third down.
Yeah, so,
they chose to bypass third down.
Right. So it's been a little bit of everything. Obviously, that Lions defense is very talented. It kind of got into a little bit of a shootout, and the Bears didn't have the weaponry for that kind of ball game.
Brad Biggs, Behind Enemy Lines, Bears columnist, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. So when Ben Johnson was talking about practice habits and he was talking about, hey, we'll be good in December, like, is he more referring to Caleb? Is he more referring to the defense or the team as a whole? Which one?
Oh, I think his comments were sort of overarching in terms of practice habits, and that's been there's been a witch hunt around here. Like, well, who's he calling out? And I think he's probably looking at this from a much broader perspective, that they haven't been as fundamentally sound as they need to be against especially against a competitive team like the Lions. Now, Minnesota week 1, there's just too many missed assignments. And when you've got elite players, sometimes they can erase some of that stuff. But you just, to consistently have an opportunity to win, they've got to be better across the board. I think it's kind of a fruitless exercise to try to figure out exactly who he's talking about. And yeah, logically, the quarterback should be the quarterback should be better at the midpoint of the season than he is in the first 2 or 3 ball games anyway, and you ought to see growth over the course of a full season. This will be Caleb Williams' 20th start Sunday afternoon, and they're going to need to get more out of him. Like, it hasn't been good enough when you look at it and you say, hey, yep, there's a quarterback that went number 1 overall. That's another issue that they have going on right now. Certainly not their biggest issue with the brand of defense that they're playing, but an issue and a huge one when you consider long-term implications.
Yeah, this Caleb thing is just a fascinating, never-ending national topic. Just kind of wrap it all up for us, Brad. Where do you stand on him? Is his temperament okay? I know there was this dyslexia article that came out. Is he processing the way that Ben Johnson wants for his offense? Do they respect him inside the locker room? How is he behind the scenes? All of the above with Caleb Williams, if you could take us through it.
Yeah, guys, he's got the magnifying glass on him, right? And he's had that since he was at USC anyway. Like, he's a guy who, when he was drafted by the Bears, I think he talked to scouts, and there were strong opinions on him. You either really liked him or you didn't care for him a whole lot. And he wasn't one of those guys where there were a lot of people in the middle, and he was thrown into a difficult situation last year with a struggling football team that didn't have a good offensive line. They had the wrong offensive coordinator. Like, it was if the Chicago Bears were, remember those books, the Choose Your Own Adventure, right? If the Chicago Bears 2024 season was a Choose Your Own Adventure, it was like, they made a right-hand turn, a left, a right, and then they were in a dark alley, and some guy had a crowbar waiting to hit him over the head with it. Like, it was, they just went, whatever choice they could make, they made the wrong one. Now, that's not saying that picking Caleb Williams was the wrong one. This is going to take some time to play out, and you have to have patience with young quarterbacks. But for Caleb to be viewed in a light like, say, Jaden Daniels is right now, there's a lot of ground for Caleb to cover and for the franchise as a whole to cover. But they've done a lot to try to support him. They brought in an entirely new interior of the offensive line, spent a lot of money. He's got a ton of talent at the skill positions. Ben Johnson was probably the hottest candidate in the cycle this year, right? They got him.
Yep.
So let's see how this plays out. Expecting results, understanding what you should be able to get out of the number 1 pick, but also realizing that some patience along the way is going to be required.
Brad Biggs from the Chicago Tribune joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. What are your early impressions of Ben Johnson, from the X's and O's genius that everyone thought he was, to temperament, to his leadership? What do you think of Johnson so far?
He's been pretty steady so far. Like, and he's real big and a stickler on details. Just like, we are going to take this thing down to the studs. We're gonna get to the very basics here, and we're not going to cut any corners in installing our offense and making sure that there's a complete understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Like, the players appreciate the why part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, coach, you're asking me to do this. Why? well, here are the 3 reasons why. And, I think the players have embraced that, but they've got to see results. Like, this is a team that's struggled for a long time, guys. Like, the Bears last won a playoff game after the 2010 season. They reached the NFC championship game. And since then, since the start of the 2011 season, this is an outfit that's 30 games under 500 in the division. You know how long it's going to take for them to somehow get to 500 in the division? Like, they only play 6 of them a year. And they're
Oh, my
30 under
gosh.
in that span.
Have you gotten a handle on, because, Detroit, they were aggressive, 4th down, have you got a handle on how Ben is in that
He's
regard?
got foot on the gas. Yeah, if the Bears have got the ball on the plus side of the 50 Sunday, as long as the game situation isn't something, totally, like if they've got a big lead and it's 4th and 14, yeah, they'll probably kick it, right? But he's going to have his
Real estate vet. Appreciate that $49.99 super chat, my brother. He said, a little something to keep the wrinkles out your pocket. Yeah, you straighten them out a little bit right there, my brother. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Real estate vet. He said the only way the Bears will win is if we beat ourselves. Man, we about to get to that part, real estate vet. Boy, if the Cowboys were to lose this game, oh, man. I'm not going to say it would be devastating. Boy, but it... Real estate vet said we're not boring. He said JC was arrested for trespassing the day before signing with us. Hey, let me clarify again. Like I said, this is why I say the Cowboys are boring. They're not boring to the football people. They're boring to the people that have been capitalizing off of the Cowboys' demise. They're boring to the people who like the drama that surrounds the Cowboys. They're boring. And even us, again, real estate, you think about last year. Man, it was like every time you look up, we were never talking about football stuff. Man, we were always talking about just anything outside of football or things that things that were detrimental to the team. I just think now with so many things that we're not, I think we're just not accustomed to, real estate vet. And I think we're appreciating it. But we're listening to a team finally talking about football stuff. That's boring to a lot of people. You think about the Stephen A. Smiths and the Dan Orlovskis and the Skip Baylesses. They love to cover the drama with the Cowboys. They love to cover the drama. But now, if you're going to talk about the Cowboys, you're basically going to talk about football. You're going to talk about how good Dak is. You're going to talk about how good CD is. You're going to talk about George Pickens being added, Javonte Williams playing, the line. You're going to talk about the defense. You're going to be talking about, you might be talking bad, but you're going to be talking about the defense needs work and Donovan Wilson and, Trayvon Diggs, is he back? You're going to be talking football stuff. We're not talking about a lot of drama. And I think that's where with the Cowboys, some people are just not accustomed to it. I don't think a lot of people can deal with this team talking about football. I think people are struggling. I think they're struggling with it. I love it, though. We're talking about football. The Cowboys are all about football. Anybody talking about the Cowboys, they're going to have to be talking about football. Appreciate you again, my brother. The real estate vet. That's how I say it. Pure Gamer said, man, Eberflus better get things right. He said you can't play zone the whole game. He thinks the offense won't adapt. Yup. I'm gonna have to get that sound effect. Trey Songz, yep. Because I am telling you, man, Shotty said they're running multiple. I think they want to run multiple. They're not doing it. Nisa says Shotty named the running back 1 after week 2 versus week 12, and people having magic flu. Yup. For sure, Nisa. For sure. And Nisi, I'm gonna tell you straight up, Brian Schottenheimer was already convinced. Let me see. Make sure I said Nisi. Now y'all got me messing. Now I'm in my own head. Nisi. Brian Schottenheimer was already resolved on who he wanted the running back one to be. It seemed like from the beginning, all we heard Brian Schottenheimer talking about was Javonte Williams. And it makes it sound like to me, Javonte Williams was absolutely a Brian Schottenheimer pick to bring to the Cowboys. All right, but again, man, the way this dude, Brad Biggs, is making this sound, y'all, shoo. Come on, man. The way Brad Biggs is making this sound, shoo. Come on. We better win this game. We better win this game.
Foot on the gas, and they've had a shoot up in Detroit last week. They were on about their own 38 or so. They were inside their own 40, 3rd and 1, quarterback sneak, no gain, 4th and 1, quarterback sneak, turnover on downs. So they will be aggressive. You know, when Ben Johnson was a very young assistant coach on Joe Philbin's staff in Miami, he asked Philbin in the offseason one year, and he was young. I mean, this guy was in his 20s, but he's got a computer programming background. Like, he's very mathematically inclined. So, super, super smart that way. Asked Joe Philbin, hey, can I do a study on 4th down, go for it, kick, just probabilities from the math standpoint? And Philbin's like, yeah, knock yourself out. So Johnson spends some time. He puts together this study, this report, and eventually is able to present it in front of the entire staff. So he's in front of, some guys that have probably worked in the NFL for 20, 30 years, like super experienced coaches, which is that could be an intimidating position for a real young assistant coach. And he's like, here's the math behind it. Here's the probabilities behind it. Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach, was an assistant on the staff at that time. He told me it was super impressive. It took balls to do that, right? To step out in front of these guys that have been coaching forever. Philbin didn't necessarily become some super aggressive coach. Like, he's kind of a buttoned up guy. It's not like the Dolphins the next year were fast and loose on 4th down, but another assistant that was on that staff at the time was Dan Campbell, and we certainly know he's been very aggressive on 4th down. So maybe Dan
very aggressive.
Took notes during the presentation.
Bears reporter Brad Biggs joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brad, obviously Matt Eberflus returning to town as the Cowboys defensive coordinator. Your thoughts on any level of motivation that may exist for the Bears this week to beat Matt Eberflus, and your thoughts on Matt Eberflus specifically as a defense?
Whoa, you know what? I didn't think about that. I didn't think about this part. Let me write this down. Because as much as we're saying this is a revenge game, Matt Eberflus against the Bears, the Bears may want revenge on Matt Eberflus, especially some of those players on the team. Man, from what we read the other day, some of these people didn't like, some of the players on this team didn't like this dude. Interesting. Let me write this down. So is this Eberflus revenge, or is this the Bears revenge? Some of the players talked about this dude bad. They talked about this dude bad. So maybe rather than this being Matt Eberflus, because I can tell you this, Matt Eberflus didn't let on any type of way that he was motivated to go beat Chicago. He better than me. I think he is motivated. I'm gonna give Matt Eberflus the benefit of the doubt. I think he is motivated. I just don't think he wants to give any bulletin board material to the Chicago Bears. I don't think he wants to put it out there like that. But I do think behind closed doors, I think these guys want this game for Matt Eberflus. I think Brian Schottenheimer wants this game for Matt Eberflus. I would not be surprised coming out game day. They're going to be saying, let's go out and get this game for Flus.
Defensive coach.
Yeah, I think Matt Eberflus is a fine defensive coach. I think he's had a lot of success. I think he was patient and waiting for his opportunity to become a coordinator, spending that time in Dallas as a position coach. The big seat, the head coaching job, might not have been the perfect fit for him. In terms of motivation here, I don't sense anything extra from the players. I talked to a couple guys in the locker room yesterday. You know, they want to get a win, right? They want to show their coach that they can practice hard enough to produce a win on a Sunday. Like they're not really giving a whole lot of thought to Eberflus and the time here that he had and their experience with him. You know, Matt's shorthanded right now, right? I mean, the Parsons trade, you look at some of the injuries that have hit that defense, and it's gonna be challenging. He's got a couple assistants that were with him here in Chicago. Dave Borgonzi, the linebackers coach, I thought did a nice job here. So there'll be some familiar faces, and I'm sure the players will enjoy the opportunity to at least say hi quickly to a couple former coaches. David Overstreet, the cornerbacks coach for the Cowboys, he was a Nichols coach here, good guy. So that'll be interesting from a human perspective, but you got two teams playing really bad defense and trying to get a win.
You have a feeling who wins?
That's hard. I want to see the injury report a little bit later on. It's been a long time since the Bears have won a game that you would, kind of categorize as a shootout, right? They haven't been built to be competitive or have the experience in those games. But like for a purist who likes defensive football, like find something else to do late Sunday afternoon. Like this is not going to be their kind of football. Like I could see quick drives up and down the field all day long. Certainly, if edge to the Cowboys in terms of the more established, experienced, and at times highly successful quarterback in Dak Prescott. I'll tell you what, Ben Johnson spoke very highly of Prescott yesterday. And I mean, the way things are here now, guys, every time the coach says something, people try to interpret it. Well, is that him being jealous of how good Prescott is at this, and he really wants Caleb to be that? I'm like, well, or it could just be, you know what, he's been around the game for a while, and he's got a level of appreciation for a guy who was, runner-up in the MVP voting just 2 years ago.
Brad, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game on Sunday and the season.
Have a great day, guys.
Man, I'm telling you, man, this game, man, this dude just says something that is absolutely insane to me. But this dude just basically spelled it out that this is going to be a shootout because he is saying that he don't see the Cowboys defense as nothing either. Matt Eberflus has got to change that this week. If Matt Eberflus don't get after Caleb Williams, this is going to be a long game, guys. I don't think the Cowboys need to keep doing these shootouts. The more you have to shoot out, the more you have to shoot out, the more your quarterback has to drop back. I mean, the Cowboys have just got to do something better. They got to do something different than this. They have to do something different than this. I'll tell you what, Ron Hanna, you guys are saying this stuff about Diggs and Bubba Dub. Let me tell you something Bubba Dub said that I agree with. I do think Bubba Dub said something that made sense. Bubba Dub said if he has got in Diggs' head like this, he's saying the Cowboys have larger things to worry about with him. He's exactly right. There is no way you should be letting an entertainer. There's no way. And some people say you can't tell people how to defend themselves. Man, the best way to defend yourself is silence. Silence. I wouldn't have said a word. This dude has been doing this to Cowboy players. I just wouldn't have answered. I'd let Bubba Dub have his fun and go on about my business. Understand it's all in fun. I wouldn't even worry about it. Robert Thomas, he said, gee, have we all thought that Shotty be saving Blue and knows he will be bringing him out at the right time? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Somebody mentioned that earlier, that he's saving him for later. Yeah, somebody else said that too. But I tell you this, man, it's time to ball, though. Because this doggone Green Bay game, the season begins. Lost in Translation said these Chicago coaches love walking around with sticks for seats. Shoot, man, I'm telling you, it's going to be a heck of a game, man. But again, boy, this dude is killing me. This dude said that if you like defense, he said go find something else. Golly. Matt Eberflus. Bro, you can't let these dudes be out here clowning you like this. That is straight clowning. Clowning, man. Chris Duvall, he said, gee, I feel bad for Aaron Glenn on how bad the Jets lost to the Bills. Man, you know, they finding out something. They finding out something, Chris. It's one thing when you got all them horses on your team. It's one thing when Dan Campbell is your head coach. It's another thing when you the head coach. It's another thing when you don't have those players. That happens to a lot of these. That happens to a lot of people. You know, they're really good on these teams. And then they turn around, and they get their own teams. Nothing. Carl Alder, yeah, I can agree with you. Don't learn a lot from these coaches, pressers. It's like listening to reruns. I can feel you on that too. The Basement Boys, what's going on? Yeah, he said he's looking at him wishing he had Dak and CD, especially after that game on Sunday. Man, Ben Johnson's thinking right now, boy, if Jerry would have got me with them players he got, boy, I bet you this dude is just being like, man, what I would be doing with that team. Shotty ain't doing too bad himself, though. All right, let's listen to a couple of Brian Broaddus breakdowns, and then I want to get to the players to watch, stats, and key things to see before we get out of here tonight. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Rocking with me today as we talk Cowboys and have fun in the chat. All right, let's see here. Brian talks about the offense one day, talks about the defense another day. Let's check him out, see what he has to say about the offense.
Did you guys see that Darnell Savage got released by Jacksonville, the safety?
That was surprising. I think they signed him a little late.
Yeah, and they're going to eat a lot of money there.
Ooh.
They're going to eat some money on this one. And I know some people on Twitter were asking me, hey, should we, they're looking at the safety situation. And
I don't think the Cowboys are going to be hunting safeties. They got Elijah.
No,
Clark
they're not going to be
there,
hunting
who
safeties.
They like a lot.
Sure.
And he I don't know when they're going to elevate him, but at some point, if they need to, I think that'd be the guy they turn to first.
I talked to some folks that I know that know Darnell Savage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you want Darnell Savage.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think
How
you want
bad? How bad is it?
It's not good. Talking about a guy, they're saying basically kind of a poor attitude player, just not happy with his situation.
Well, Trayvon needs a new friend.
Yeah, not not very consistent. There was talk that was there a guy well, you remember these things well. Tulane, did we look at a player named Ranshaw that was a safety?
Yes, we did. Yes, corner safety flex.
Okay, Ranshaw.
I actually liked him. Good player.
Okay, Ranshaw was a player that they drafted, and I was asking some folks about him, and they're like, listen, if Ranshaw doesn't break his foot, Darnell Savage might get cut.
Ooh.
So he made the team because of an injury. But it didn't seem like to me that this guy was, in the way he played, that there was like nickel situations, struggled to cover, wasn't on the field. There's a lot of things that people down that area were saying that.
So you're struggling to find positives here on the
I'm
individual.
struggling to find some positives
Yeah.
here.
And he was, I believe, a second-round pick of the Packers.
Yeah.
And the Packers, if you're good, they're not letting high picks lead.
They don't usually let picks go. They don't. So
it's fascinating, though, that when you get to overtime, Eberflus was still trusting Donovan Wilson in those two safety looks. So you got to wonder what their plan is this week. If it's not Darnell Savage, is it to go back to Donovan Wilson?
Okay, this is where, I mean, it's they're going to, I think what they should think about doing is.
Ron Hanna, you are right. Man, our edge rusher should have a coming out party this week. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at that roster. We're going to look at our roster. I mean, we're going to look at their injuries in just a moment.
Is because
I mean, how many big plays was it? Was it 4 or 5 where Wilson just should have not let the ball go over his head?
I think there were at least three that were hit.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
But there were some other big chunk plays.
Okay, I'm watching the Bears play. I'm watching them against the Vikings and I'm watching them against the Lions. And this is what makes me nervous about playing the Bears offensively is Caleb Williams' ability to run. And I mean,
that's me too. If Brian Schottenheimer doesn't tell Matt Eberflus to spy Caleb Williams the entire game, I'm telling you this is going to be a shootout out of this world. This will be a shootout. And I'm telling you, if we're not careful, the Chicago Bears could get up on us. Man, we got to be very careful in this game. And we got to really come out in this game, balling. And we literally got to take it to the Bears. This is one of them games the Cowboys got to let it all hang out, man. They got to really put it to the Bears. Because this could very well be another shootout. Caleb Williams is dangerous because he can run. He's dangerous because he's one of two things. It all depends on the half and the play. He's either deadly accurate or he's deadly inaccurate. Second half, he's typically deadly inaccurate. First half of those scripted plays, he's deadly accurate. And if anybody has been looking at the Cowboys the last 2 weeks, they're probably looking at the film saying, your quarterback can run on them. Now, I think Jadeveon Clowney is going to help with some of that, but it's not like he's going to play 60 snaps. The Cowboys have got to spy Caleb Williams, because if they don't, Caleb Williams is going to have a career day against the Cowboys if they don't spy him out. He'll have a career day. Suge Midnight said the same thing about the Giants last week. Every game is going to be a tough game no matter who we play. Suge Midnight. Especially since teams are going to be, it's like every time we play a team, it's a bounce back game for them. Bounce back game, get right game, primetime game. It's the Dallas Cowboys. Everything that surrounds that. Boy, the Cowboys have got to come out, and I'm telling you, if there is a game to me, because this is where, to me, this is where Mike McCarthy was a total failure. This dude could not beat his previous team. Bro, you got to beat your previous team. He couldn't beat his previous team. You got to do it. You have to beat your previous team. Matt Eberflus, you have to beat your previous team, bro. Because I'm telling you, boy, I'm looking. If Matt Eberflus don't come out and dominate this Chicago Bears team and let Caleb Williams throw all over him, shoot, man, I'm looking side out of him.
Run in a way of avoid pressure and then take it around the corner.
Yeah.
Like
chunk it.
And then chunk it. Yeah. He's gonna make a lot of off-platform throws. They're gonna make you the way he holds the football, you have got to, if you're a secondary, you have got to stay with your guys. You've got to be able to run with your guys. And we'll see how much zone coverage that they play. It clearly was it wasn't good enough the other day. If you look at, and this is the problem that I have too with if you don't play with the discipline on the edge and keep him within the pocket, he had 9 runs, quarterback scrambles, 6 first downs.
On the
Oh
season?
my gosh.
On the season.
Okay.
2 games.
It's pretty impressive.
All of a sudden now, guy drops back and there's nothing there, and then you lose contain, and now he's taken off running. This is going to be a problem in this game. Dallas has got to play so disciplined, because if you let him run, he could beat you. He could beat you with his legs the way. And there's now a willingness of him to run, and they've got some problems on the offensive line. And we said this about the Giants last week. I'm going to give you the guy, Braxton Jones, the left tackle. That is a problem for them. Whoever is playing right end for the Cowboys and whoever's rushing off that right side needs to take advantage of Braxton Jones. 2 sacks last week. He's given up 12 pressures for the year. Wow. This guy's got problems. He doesn't move very well. And when you don't move well, you struggle. And the Lions, good pass rushers. Vikings, good pass rushers. But they broke this guy down pretty well. Him and the right tackle, Darnell Wright, who they drafted in the first round in the 23 draft from Tennessee. Those guys are kind of a little bit some issues for them right now with the pressures. When you look at Wright, he's a little bit more of a slower-footed guy than Braxton over on the left side. But there's plays to be made on these tackles. If you're going to attack one of their interiors, Jonah Jackson, who they got a trade from with the Rams, he struggles with quickness. Okay, this is going to play into the hands of Solomon Thomas, Oso Digizua, guys like that. So keep an eye on. It's the left tackle first, the right tackle right second, and then Jonah Jackson, the right guard third, is how I'd break this down. For
How
tackling.
discouraging was it that they couldn't get after the Giants' offensive
That's what scares
line?
me. That's what scares me right now is I felt like the Giants' offensive line was worse than what they're dealing with here right now with the Bears.
Right. Good opinion.
And so if that's the case, I'm giving you the guys you attack. Let's hope that somehow you make plays on these guys.
By the way, on Caleb Williams scrambling, right now only Mahomes, Hurts, and Daniels scramble more than Caleb Williams.
That's a bit terrifying with how well Hurts was able to.
Now, something you got to think about too is the Bears' offense is one of the most penalized offenses in the league.
Yes.
So they start, or they're in a lot of 3rd and 9s. So that's now you get them in the long yard situation. How are you going to play them? All right, let me just give you an example of some of the things that teams have done to Caleb Williams. And again, it's 2 teams. When they played zone coverage against him, he's about a 61% passer. He's thrown 1 interception, 1 touchdown. When they've played him single high, like a cover 3, he's a 51% passer.
There you go.
So
they'll run that with Malik, but you need
exactly.
Yeah. Is he still a young quarterback that just doesn't handle extra pressure well?
Well, that's the thing. You blitz him. He's 11 of 22 this year with you blitz him. He's only 50% throwing the football there.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Okay.
So
boomer busty.
A little boomer busty there at your quarterback. But this is where I think, like you say, the single high stuff seems to bother him the most. When you play him split safety or cover 2, he's a 67% passer.
Wow.
So, okay, Matt Eberflus, if all of a sudden we're watching the game and it looks like 2 deep, zone, 2 deep, to me, 2 games should tell you right there, single high is a problem for this guy. Like if you said zone is a problem for Hurts, single high is a problem for
Daniel
this guy.
Lim is into the chat. What up, Daniel
Please
Lim, my
don't play
right-hand
too deep in
man?
this game and allow him to have some success running the football or throwing the football. Now, he's got some guys to throw it to. Now, they use DJ Moore in the slot, but they haven't used DJ Moore in the slot like they used to, like with Fields used to use him.
Daniel Lim, he went to the event today where Dak Prescott was. Daniel M said, G, Dak gave me the fist bump. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you get a chance to see George Pickens too? Because I saw last night George Pickens was there also. Yes, sir. I wish I could have made that event.
Like, they're throwing the ball more to Rome Odunze than they are throwing it to Moore.
Yeah.
Even though Moore's playing in the slot a lot more. Now, the matchup you would think with the Cowboys, let's see, is Stewart going to be matched up with Moore? Do they see that as like, whoa, we need to attack this guy, even though Stewart played pretty well for you last week?
I'm sure they're going to look at any one of these corners and feel like they can be had.
Yeah. I worry about that a little bit. But Rome Odunze has been the guy that's gotten the majority of the balls. And what's happened with the Bears, they're now more willing to throw the ball down the field. They hadn't. With Ben Johnson, the routes are deeper. There's more combinations. There's the tight ends are involved. They got the 12 personnel stuff that they do.
Yeah, tight ends.
The tight ends could be, but they haven't got the ball to the tight ends in the two games you watch.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of the eye candy, like the Detroit Ben Johnson offense? It's just like, man, there's a lot going on here.
How about this? They've motioned. I knew you were going to ask this question.
He's ready. He's prepared.
Ready. They've motioned under Ben Johnson. They've motioned 50% in games this year. The first 2 weeks. That's the 7th lowest in the NFL. When he was at Detroit, he was motioning 67% of the time.
Wow.
So he's not
penalties. I would
not
guess.
motioning as much with this. But how about this? 4 of their 5 touchdowns this season have come off motion.
There you go.
Right. That's so he wants to do it,
but he doesn't trust his guy.
But he doesn't trust his guy. So that's kind of where you're at right now. Like I say, the quarterback runs are a big thing, and him breaking the pocket and making things happen. Rome Odunze, I think you got to be aware of him with some of the vertical stuff, the longer routes down the field. They're more willing to do that than maybe like after watching the Giants game. Hey, let's try. Their routes are long. They have. That's why I think they've had a little trouble with protection, because it's taken so long for their routes to develop down the field.
Gotcha.
Where the Lions were really good at routes, the crossers, the down the field stuff, the combination stuff. But the Bears are struggling with that right now. So play this guy. I think you play him single high, and you're probably going to make him have to really struggle in this football game. But watch out him running the football if, in fact, you don't have contain.
Hell of a job, Brian.
Thank you.
Yep. I like some of the things he said. Let's run over to the defensive things evaluation that he gave, and then we're going to look at the rest. Then we're going to look at our part of
Hey,
it.
kids, your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
I know it's only been.
All right, let me get to the right clip here. Hold on just a second. Let's listen to what he
2
says
games?
about defense, and then we're going to get into our discussion on kind of what we see as far as what the Cowboys need to do this week. But let me tell you, Cowboys have really, man, let me tell you, this has got to be a week for Matt Eberflus to break out. Flus got to break out, man. Flus can't let his previous team just do him in.
Hey, kids, your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not
low scoring. This thing is it's the complete opposite Chicago Bears were accustomed to.
I don't trust either one of these defenses right now.
Golly.
I really don't.
Woo! Flus. Eberflus, man, you can't let people be talking about you like this, man. They talking bad about Eberflus. I mean, it's one thing to be talking bad about the Chicago Bears, but Eberflus, good. Man, they killing this dude. Daggy Lib said when he saw George Pickens, he said, hey, bro, welcome to Dallas. Yes, sir. Carl said that Houston should get more plays before Clowney. I think they need to be on at the same time, Carl. I think these are the two players they need on the field at the same time. Put these dudes on the opposite ends of the edges and let them go to work. Because I'm telling you, they're going to have a problem with Caleb. They're going to have a problem with Caleb Williams. They got to get this dude under control early. This is why I say the Cowboys need to put the knockout punch. They need to put the knockout punch on these boys early. I mean, just dominate them. Put the knockout punch on them. CW said football is an any given Sunday process. Yeah. Play to win on all sides of the ball. Make plays, run the ball, stop the run. Yeah. Yeah. They're going to have to do something, man. But I am telling you, boy, Flus cannot have people out here talking about him like this. But they are basically saying that it's going to be no defense played. This is not why the Cowboys got Eberflus. I mean, you can't tell me you're this talent deficient. This is embarrassing, man. This is embarrassing. Let me see here. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Shaw said Caleb Williams worried about his French tips. Hey, man, I was laughing. Man, somebody was talking about can this dude, they said, can he lead the Bears to a Super Bowl painting his nails? I'm like, yeah, Caleb is different out there, man. Yeah, he different out there, man. It's too, as I like to tell you, this dude different. Boy, Dallas better not lose this game. That's all I'm telling you. Q-Ball said the Cowboys 30, Bears 16. I got a feeling they're going to score more than 30.
I think, and the Cowboys offense is better than the Bears offense, but there's some plays to be had against this group.
Got an alternate universe going on where the Rangers can't hit, and the Cowboys' best position group on defense is their defensive tackles. It's pretty weird.
Unbelievable. That's a great observation.
How about this, though? When we went to training camp, did we talk? Okay, myself, worried about the defensive tackle group. Was it as simple as trading for Kenny Clark?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was that simple.
Yeah, and Solomon Thomas is pretty darn good.
I think Solomon Thomas has been really good.
Yeah, it would have probably been, without Kenny Clark, a little bit better than we were anticipating with Solomon Thomas and what he's brought to the table, and then Osa really just kind of picking up where he left off. But I think without Kenny Clark, you're talking about this run defense still being a fair problem.
Solomon an Arlington guy? Is this his home?
He's
Coppell.
Yeah,
Coppell.
He's played with Connor
Miles
Williams.
Garrett that was Arlington, right?
Yes. Yeah. Arlington Martin.
I mean, he has really impressed me at his age, the quickness, the power, the intensity that he continues to play with.
He was at training camp when Booker was having some problems. He was kind of, Solomon Thomas was kind of quick off the ball, kind of jumping around him, making Booker have to lean a little bit and all that. But he's done a really, really nice job on there. All right. This pass rush.
Daniel said 37-14.
It's really, last week, I felt like there was more to it with the Giants, with their young guys, with Thibodeau, with that group, with Carter.
Burns.
Yeah, that was with Burns. That was a much different group as pass rushers. I don't think you're going to deal with that kind of problems with this particular group. What you're going to deal with, though, is there is going to be some movement of the front. It's going to be very reminiscent of like what you saw with Dan Quinn. Remember when Dan tries to rush 4 and then does the twists where it's the tackles and the ends and the loopers and stuff like that? They will bring that type of a rush to you. They will bring the movement of the front. But like I say, I think they really lack something at linebacker, and they especially lack right now at a couple of corner spots. And where they're really, really, really hurt is Kyler Gordon, the nickel corner, being out.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
The guy that's replaced him got absolutely worked.
Nick McLeod. Nick McLeod is okay. Nick McLeod is
McLeod.
Yeah, he's number 24 on your program, and Nick McLeod is. If you watch the Vikings game, you watch then the Detroit game, they said, Nick McLeod, you're not good enough to cover. And there were times where they ran motion where he was involved, and McLeod would just drop the coverage, and then there was St. Brown wide open. So there's been some talk about your own communication issues. The Bears have had their share of communication issues too, down in the red zone, backs in the backfield, wheel routes that ended up in the end zone and stuff. I think there's a couple of different ways you can go here, and I'll ask you guys which you would rather do. If I could tell you, like I did in the previous segment, if I could tell you can run the ball off tackle and have success doing it, or would you rather attack a group that really doesn't have much pass rush and has liabilities at corner and at nickel?
You win this game in the air. I'm going after Cowboy legend Sean Wright. Tyreek Stevenson and George Pickens is going to be interesting. They could get in a fight. Those are two hotheads.
Yeah.
We got to watch out for that because Tyreek Stevenson will engage with you now.
Sure.
And if he draws Pickens, but this one, I think I'm all about the air raid.
I'd rather work around a good secondary than a good pass rush, though. I feel like Dak can throw the contested ball. I don't.
So you want to throw instead of run?
I thought you were asking.
No, I was
rather
asking.
Go against a good secondary.
I was asking. I was asking because there's a couple of avenues you could travel here. You could travel the Williams Avenue and do the counters and play off tackle and do those things, and probably have some good success, some successful plays. Or you could try and protect against a line that doesn't offer a lot when it comes to the pass rush. And a couple of guys down, and linebacker, they got problems too.
Yeah, Noah Sewell is not very good.
Yeah, Noah Sewell is
Sewell's brother, and he's having to play in place of T.J. Edwards, I believe, is hurt.
Right. So
I think the way to success for this team, though, is establishing the run. Like when they run the ball well, they make it look easy.
Right.
When they're passing, it's penalties or a punt or I would feel a lot better about this team if I know they can be that ground and pound football team, and that's going to take pressure off your defense too.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of a pick your poison. Like I think both are going to work here.
Right.
But seeing this Cowboys passing attack has me pretty fired up. With this secondary, the guys they have banged up, they're like 28th in pressure rate, as you were mentioning. They don't get after the quarterback. So you're going to be able to do a little bit of both here, but I want to see some explosive plays.
Yeah, I think to me that it's not a crusty thing, but I'm kind of interested just because of how good Dak Prescott's been on play action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in run, mix it, run, kind of like you see the play action stuff with if you're having success running and all of a sudden it's hard play action, linebackers step up, thinking they're having to deal with the run or get to the outside, and now there's that space in the secondary and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'd like to see. I'm just trying to think of ways now to maybe have to protect your defense a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
I think there's some elements to that for sure that are fair.
I mean, you might not have to protect your defense as much this game as in a coming game like in Green Bay next week.
Yeah, but after you saw last week, I mean, that is definitely on the top of mind, right? I mean, with what the Giants were able to do.
Can you shorten the
to
game,
you.
run some clock? The problem was the running game really didn't get going for you until the second half.
Right.
Last week.
Right.
So can you establish that early on? They did it against Philly.
Right.
They weren't able to do it against New York. So I think you kind of just got to roll with what's working for you. And to me, I think that passing game is going to be working no matter who the opponent is this year.
Yeah, I mean, Dak is playing so well, and I was so encouraged by getting, the way Pickens got involved in that game. I mean, I'd love to see Pickens and Lamb just both.
Yeah.
It
should be a good week. Ferguson had himself a pretty damn good game too. We'll talk with him coming up at 5:20.
Yeah, they've got Grady Jarrett inside now. Grady Jarrett, veteran guy.
Is he showing his age a little?
He's kind of
hurt too.
Kind of still plays. No, he's not hurt. He's kind of. Was he on the injury report? I don't.
Yeah, he was yesterday. I saw him on Twitter.
I think it was an old man deal.
Okay.
I think it was an old man. Yeah, it was an old man situation there. But the thing with Grady, he's still got power, and so now,
that could be a concern with Hoffman.
Yeah, that's what That's to me, I'm trying to do as much as I can to help Hoffman in this game, but the way that they're, I could see, I
Okay.
could see the Bears putting somebody. I could see them trying to put like Jared on him a little bit more.
What do you remember from last year? I'm trying to think. Did you think Brock was better? And it's right guard, not center.
Right.
But was he better run blocking versus the pass pro?
I think he was better at the run blocking stuff.
My gut's saying the run too.
Yeah.
So maybe for him to get him settled into the game,
right?
That could be that might be what I go with then.
I hope
let's try and establish that counter.
Yeah, I hope this offensive line doesn't kind of fall apart with.
Me
I
too.
know they did some good things in the overtime with Brock Hoffman in there, but I hope it just doesn't fall apart that way. You know, that maybe it's like
because you still got a rookie right guard.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, you're kind of in a situation right there. But I'd keep an eye on with Grady Jarrett there. I think Dexter. I think that when you're talking about the other tackle there, he's from Florida. That's a guy that you might want to think about putting in that one technique over.
He's a big, powerful man.
Yeah, big guy that put him over Brock Hoffman and see if Brock Hoffman can handle that. That might be something that the Bears try and do.
So who's the main guy you want to pick on? You think is it McLeod?
I think it's McLeod but we all kind of know Nashawn Wright.
Yeah,
we all
got a
know
pick six against the Vikings, but otherwise, I think in that second half,
yeah, they
McCarthy had some
went
success.
after him.
Yeah.
I think the nickel, because what you could do is you could do stuff with by moving CD around and you know if Tolbert plays, I think there's some really good opportunities against McLeod. I just don't think he covers well enough. I don't think he's very aware. I think if this turns into got to get first downs, move the chains kind of thing. I try and find 24 in this field.
They're down 2 starting corners.
Yeah.
2 of their best players on defense.
Right.
It's going to be glorious. Let's go 40 burger.
There was a moment during the Manning cast, that first Monday night game, Bears defense playing against J.J. McCarthy, and even Peyton Manning said, I played 18 years, and I thought that was man coverage, and they confused me.
Yeah.
So Dennis Allen does have a couple of things up his sleeve where he can try and confuse you a little bit. So just something
Well,
to watch.
he'll try and get that double A gap blitz look, that mug look where you walk and then drop guys out of there is what he'll try and do. So,
alrighty,
there's possibilities here.
All right. Let's talk some Cowboys, and now let's look at some stats and some keys real quick. Let's kind of see where we are as we have heard some of the things. Biggs from Chicago. Now let's look at some players to watch. Let's look at some players to watch, and then we're going to get into the stats, and then we're going to get into the keys and the things that we want to see, and then we're going to end this tonight. But again, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all know we're going to get it all in as far as the information about the Cowboys. So I found a couple of really good articles, one from Dallas, one from Chicago, and I thought both of these were interesting. They were talking about players to watch. Players to watch. So let's check this out from the Chicago Bears standpoint. Let's get us a little background music. Chicago Bears versus the Dallas Cowboys. Week 3 players to watch. Offense, DJ Moore. No surprise for the Chicago Bears. They have got to get the ball to DJ Moore. Even though, listening to Brian Broaddus, actually who they've been getting the ball to is Rome Odunze. It says, DJ Moore, second-year standout Rome Odunze among top statistical leaders league wide receivers for receptions, yards, and touchdowns. It appears the Chicago Bears have a new wide receiver 1 in town. Even so, DJ Moore is every bit of a wide receiver 1 in this league, and even in week 1 had more yards on less targets and catches than Rome Odunze and remains a big play threat against the high-octane Cowboys this week. We need all of our weapons to contribute in order to keep up with what figures to be a high-scoring affair. Let me tell you something. Cowboys should be taking offense to this. Cowboys defense should absolutely be taking offense to this. You're telling me that we're going to allow the Chicago Bears to come out and score 30-plus points on the Cowboys? Nah, man. Matt Eberflus, bro, I don't care if you playing with popsicle sticks. You about to do something this game. You better do something. Another player they're talking about, Gervon Dexter Sr., defensive tackle. It said it would be easy to pick Tyreek Stevenson, Jaquan Briscoe, or even Nashawn Wright in what is largely expected to be an explosive game through the air for both offenses. But I am taking a different approach. Essentially, I do not have hope that our hodgepodge group of defensive backs can hang with CD, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, Jalen Tolbert, and Kevontae Turpin. Instead, I will be looking at our defensive line to apply pressure on Dak Prescott and create some big plays. Guys, Brock Hoffman. I'm confident in Brock Hoffman, but I'm going to talk about this in a moment. It says, with new addition Grady Jarrett performing well below expectations after his generous contract and our edges not getting much in the way of sacks, impact plays, combined with the strength of the Dallas offensive line and injury to their starting center, Cooper Beebe, Gervon Dexter Sr. is primed for a grand opportunity to make a game-changing play. Yup. Be it a stuff on third and short, a sack to kill a drive or knock Dallas out of field goal position, or a batted ball that leads to an interception, Dexter Sr. needs to have himself a game this week. If he can do that, Chicago should be in position to win the game at the end of the fourth quarter. If he is non-existent like he was last week in Detroit, I do not expect much, if any, resistance slowing down the Cowboys on offense. And this one could be out of reach early. This, to me, has got to be the Cowboys. This has got to be the Cowboys' aim. Knockout blow early. And I'm going to show you the game with the Detroit Lions. I'm going to show you why the Detroit Lions absolutely beat the doggone whatever that emblem is on their helmet, that C, I guess. Dallas Cowboys players to watch. George Pickens. Absolutely. Cowboys sit at 1-1, having lost a close game to their rival, the Eagles, and won a close game against another rival, the Giants. In their loss, Pickens was targeted 4 times and had 3 catches, 30 yards, and no scores, while CeeDee Lamb secured 7 of 13 targets for 110 yards. In their win, Pickens was targeted 9 times, 5 catches for 68 yards and a score, while CeeDee secured 9 of 11 targets for 112. Bottom line, CeeDee Lamb will get his yards and do his damage, but if Chicago can mitigate the impact that their new wide receiver 2 can have, they have a chance. Yeah. The Cowboys have got to get this dude involved. Defense, Jack Sanborn. I guess they're looking at more of a revenge game. Says Sanborn had a knack for making big plays whenever he was on the field, and I was always a fan. But the real reason he makes this list is because former players always seem to play well against the Bears when they return. I forgot about Jack Sanborn. Says Julius Pepper's first season as a Packer, he had 1 sack, 2 quarterback hits, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble return against the Bears. Adrian Amos had 5 tackles and an end zone interception in his first game against the Bears. Leonard Floyd had 2 sacks in his first game against his former team after being ousted for not getting after the quarterback enough. The list goes on. Nevertheless, those are the players that they say to watch over in Chicago. Let's go over to Dallas. DallasCowboys.com, they had some different players to watch. Let's see who they said to watch. Dallas Cowboys. DallasCowboys.com, they said players to watch. Players to watch on both teams. Rome Odunze. Yep, Patrick Walker. Yep, he said 1 week after both Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson took the Cowboys secondary on the ride of their lives, they'll face another more than capable talent in Odunze, a receiver that's already produced 3 touchdowns in the air for the Bears through the first 2 games, the most of any receiver in the league thus far. Deleting him from Ben Johnson's game plan will be paramount and force Caleb Williams to other reads and off his spot while trying to make them. It's going to be tough. Player to watch, exactly, Brock Hoffman. Yep. All eyes will be on Hoffman as he steps in for the injured Cooper Beebe. The good news is that Hoffman is no stranger to playing center after having done it in high school and 2 different collegiate programs, so the reacclimation should be swift, and his bully ball demeanor will be an interesting watch with fellow Maulers Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker to his left and right, respectively. Hoffman has a nasty streak to him, and he could end up disrupting the Bears' defense in multiple ways, including cerebrally. Next, Braxton Jones. A year after rookie quarterback Caleb Williams was sacked 6 to 8 times, the third most in NFL history, Chicago knew they had to make changes on the offensive line. They signed veteran contributors like Joe Thuney and Drew Dahlman that have helped through 2 weeks, but left tackle Braxton Jones has struggled. Through 2 games, he's given up 12 pressures and 2 sacks, both of which led to the Bears' offensive line in those categories. Pressure gets to Williams on average of 2.83 seconds from pass rushers that are going against Jones. So if Dallas wants to find a week to have their defensive ends be successful, Sunday against the Bears could be an opportunity to do so. That's according to Tommy Yarish. Trayvon Diggs. When Caleb Williams gets outside the pocket, a number of different things can happen. There can be some wild throws, but there can also be some head-scratching decisions, like throwing the ball into traffic or contested coverage. If the Cowboys are able to force Williams into those kinds of throws, their ball hawks like Diggs are going to need to be ready for it and capitalize on the turnover opportunities, according to Tommy Yarish. Nahshon Wright. Tall, lanky, and agile, while staying with the receiver stride for stride down the field is possible because of his length. Wright doesn't have the elite quickness. Let me tell you something. I don't care nothing about Nahshon Wright getting that interception. The Cowboys should absolutely abuse Nahshon Wright. Next up, Kevontae Turpin. Won't read all of this, but again, I do believe the Dallas Cowboys have got to stop playing Kevontae Turpin like a traditional third wide receiver and really start focusing on getting this guy in space. But that is their players to watch. I also took some notes on the players to watch for me. Let me see here. Let's kind of go down the line. I kind of made a little bit of a list. This is another one of these games, and it is dangerous for the Cowboys. When you look at this on offense and defense, quarterback, Dallas. Running backs, Dallas. Wide receivers, Dallas. Tight end, Dallas. O-line, Dallas. Head coach, Dallas. Play calling, I might give Ben a slight edge. I think Ben is a master play caller. Our problem is defense. D-line, Cowboys. Cornerbacks, it's a wash. Safeties, Bears. Linebackers, I don't know. It all depends. Wash. Defensive coordinator, I'm going to give the edge to Flus. He knows this team should be able to do some things against them. Edge rushers, Montez Sweat. Right now, I'm going with the Bears just based on what we've done so far. Special teams, Brandon Aubrey. Anytime you got Dallas Cowboys, anytime you got Brandon Aubrey. But it is this reason right here that this game is going to be an absolute problem. Our cornerback play, our linebacker play, and our safety play. These are going to be problems for us. These are going to be problems. And that's why, for me, when you start talking about players to watch, in addition to who they've already put down, let me see here. I thought I had the players to watch. Players to watch for me, though, in particular, it is going to be, we got to keep an eye on Brock Hoffman. Again, they've already mentioned this. Players to watch, Brock Hoffman. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm the Chicago Bears, everything I do, I'm sending right through the middle. If I'm going to blitz the quarterback, I'm coming through the middle. I'm doing everything to the Cowboys through the middle because their offensive tackle play is spectacular. Montez Sweat, I'd even send him on blitzes through the middle. I'd send some twist. I do all kinds of things to the Cowboys, focusing on the Cowboys in the middle. But again, Brock Hoffman for the Cowboys. definitely a must watch. Turpin with the injury. Pickens is a player to watch. I think the Cowboys need to get him even more involved. I'm looking at Pickens, and then with the Cowboys, their entire secondary. Bears, Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Montez Sweat. That's who the players to watch for the Bears. Now, we're going to come back here to the keys to victory in just a moment as we're going to finish this off. But I want you to also see last week. I want you to see kind of how the Detroit Lions absolutely destroyed. The Detroit Lions absolutely destroyed the Chicago Bears. And this is what I want you to keep your eyes on, because I think this is what the Cowboys have to do. The Detroit Lions. Look at that box score. This is how you beat the Chicago Bears. You score touchdowns. 14 points in the first quarter, 14 points in the second quarter. Blanked them in the third quarter, 10 in the third quarter, 14 in the fourth quarter. This is how you beat the Chicago Bears. This is why I say every opportunity you get, you have got to score on this team. They were already out of the Chicago game by the second quarter. They were out of it. There's no hope. 28-14, no hope. Let's look at some of the team stats and the player stats. 511 total yards, 334 passing yards, 177 rushing yards, 8.8 yards per play. When I tell you the Detroit Lions went bonkers on these boys, Detroit Lions went bonkers. The Cowboys should do the same thing. They need to go bonkers on the doggone Bears. Absolute bonkers. Look at this. 25 first downs? Incredible. Incredible. Chicago Bears, they had 8 penalties for 50 yards. 4 sacks. 4 sacks on the Chicago Bears. 1 forced fumble. 1 interception. I mean, they beat these. They hit these boys hard. They hit these boys hard. The Cowboys have got to do the same thing. Let's look at some of the player stats here. Caleb Williams, 19 of 30. Tyson Bagent, 2 of 3 for 27. Rushing yards. This is where the Cowboys have got to be careful with Caleb Williams. He was 5 for 27, 5.4 yards. Other than that, I don't think the Cowboys have anything to worry about in the run game. They barely got 100 yards in this game against the Detroit Lions. The Cowboys have elite defensive tackle play. They will not run for 100 yards on the Cowboys unless they break them on the outside. The receiving, they had Rome Odunze. This guy's been balling. 7 receptions for 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. Man, this wide receiver duo may really, really do some things on the Cowboys. They might really, really do some things. And so the Cowboys are going to have to be on their P's and Q's. And it is a doggone shame when you think about this game in the grand scheme of things and the way they're talking about the Dallas defense. Eberflus, bro. Eberflus ought to be embarrassed, man. Let's kind of look at the Chicago Bears here in their rankings. And then we're going to look at their injury report. Look at their rankings. Points per game, they're 15. Not too bad. Yards per game, 15. Mid-pack, not too bad. Points per play, 19th. Yards per play, 17th. Third down conversion, 19%. Now, they made a point earlier The number 19. Okay, no, that's teams on them. Number 19 at third down. I don't even care about fourth down conversion, but the 31 in the league. Red zone scoring, they are number 1 in the league. I definitely like some context on that, but they're number 1 in the league. Touchdowns per game, 3 touchdowns per game, they are 4th. Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys are going to have to get after Chicago. They are going to have to get after Chicago. There is no doubt about it. I don't think the Cowboys can afford, I don't think they can afford a shootout in this game. I don't think they can afford it. Dallas overall, points per game, Dallas is number 5. Yards per game, Dallas is number 3. Points per play, Dallas is number 7. Yards per play, the Cowboys are number 11. Third down conversion, the Cowboys are number 1. Fourth down, they're 17%. Red zone scoring, the Cowboys are number 3. Touchdowns per game, the Cowboys are 4th. Man, let me tell you something. Cowboys are balling on offense, but that defense is such an offset that, again, it allowed a team like the New York Giants to take you into overtime. Cowboys at rushing the ball, 35%. They're at number 26. Yards per rush, number 7. Rushes per game, 17. Rush yards, they're number 11. Rushing touchdowns, they're number 3. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bears, 18th rushing play percentage. Yards per rush, they're number 9. Rushing plays per game, they're number 11. Rush yards per game, they're number 12. Rushing TDs, they're number 8. This 0-2 on the Chicago Bears, man, don't let it fool us. Don't let it fool us. Cowboys in the passing game versus Chicago. Cowboys 7%. Number 7, they're 64% passing. Completion percentage, they're number 11. Yards per pass, they're number 22. Passes per game, they're number 3. Passing yards per game, they're number 7. Interception percent, they're number 13. Quarterback sack, they are number 5. I think that means good. Chicago, passing play percentage 15. Completion percentage 22. Yards per pass 21. Passes per game, they're 14th. Passing yards per game, 19. Interceptions thrown, the number 16. Quarterback sack, number 20. So, again, when you start looking at all these things, it is a crying shame when you look at the Cowboys. This should be an absolute dominant game. This should be an absolutely dominant game by the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go to the injury report. This is the injury report for both teams. Advantage, Dallas. Cowboys, we already knew Deron Bland was going to be out. Trayvon Diggs, an illness, did not practice. Full participation on Thursday. Full participation on Friday. I'm sure he's playing. Tyler Guyton, limited on Wednesday. Full participation on Thursday and Friday. I'm sure he's playing. Kevontae Turpin, limited Thursday, full Friday. He's playing. So the Cowboys, kind of what we pretty much know they are. So the Cowboys, the advantage goes to the Cowboys. The advantage goes to the Cowboys. Of course, we're missing Cooper Beebe. So the Cowboys should be fine as far as injuries go. And as it applies to the Chicago Bears, this is dangerous too. Because some of these players that are filling in, man, they could absolutely step up. When you look at the Giants, they are going to miss Kyron Amagaji, if that's how you pronounce his name. I'm pretty sure I butchered it. He's not playing. Linebacker TJ Edwards, hamstring. He's not playing. Kyler Gordon, hamstring. He's not playing. Jalen Johnson, their star cornerback, growing. He's not playing. Jalen Jones, defensive back. He's not playing. Dak Prescott in this secondary should have a doggone field day. DeMarco Jackson, linebacker, he's questionable. DeAndre Swift, running back, questionable. Jarrett Grady, doesn't say what his status is. Obviously, game time decision. And then Jade Walker, ankle, he was full. He's probably going to play. This should be an advantage to the Dallas Cowboys. And that's why, again, this game is dangerous. This game is going to be dangerous for the Dallas Cowboys because everything that we're saying, that we're looking at means the Cowboys should win. Everything is pointing towards the Cowboys should win. And this will be one of them very games they will come out and just, they'll be fighting tooth and nail to beat the Cowboys. Tristan, he said, how can you kick Dallas out of field goal range when you can hit from 70? Yes, sir. It's hard to keep them out of field goal range. You're exactly right. So the Cowboys, this is a very dangerous game. Very dangerous game. But if the Cowboys do what they're supposed to do, this game should look similar to the Detroit Lions game. It should absolutely look similar to the Detroit Lions game. So let me go down. Let's get to our keys to the Cowboys. Keys to the Chicago Bears to win the game. Keys to the Cowboys to win the game.
Here we go.
All right. Keys to the game. Keys to the game. Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams. If the Chicago Bears are going to beat the Dallas Cowboys, it's going to be because of Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams running, Caleb Williams extending plays. Caleb Williams is going to have to put the Chicago Bears on his back if they're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys. Next thing, big plays. Big plays. Ben Johnson, I promise you, he'll be looking for big plays. He's going to look at what the Giants did, and he's going to go for broke. I don't think he's going to be going ball control. I don't think he's going to be trying to control the clock. He's going big plays. He's going to try to exploit that zone coverage of the Dallas Cowboys. He's going to try to exploit it. He's going to try to exploit that zone coverage. He's going to try to exploit their weaknesses. It is their secondary. He is going to try to exploit them. Big plays down the field. That's how they're going to beat the Cowboys. If I'm the Chicago Bears, abandon the run. Don't even worry about it. Abandon the run. Don't even worry about it if you're the Bears. They're not running on the Cowboys. Abandon it. They just need to let Caleb Williams drop back 40 times. 40 plus times if they have to. They need to abandon the run and throw all day. Don't mean they're not going to run some, but just abandon it. Don't even let it be anything you're trying to focus on. Next thing, move the pocket. They got injuries on their offensive line. They're not playing well offensively on the offensive line. Move the pocket. Get some rollouts. Get some bootlegs if they're going to beat the Cowboys. Next up, cut down on penalties. They commit a lot of mistakes. They hit a lot of mistakes. They make a lot of mistakes, so they're going to cut down on penalties if they're going to beat the Cowboys. Next, they're going to have to hit more and keep on hitting Odunze. I got the wrong name there. I heard him pronounce it. I thought it was one word. They're going to have to keep hitting Odunze. Again, throw down the field if you are the Chicago Bears. That is the only way you're going to beat the Cowboys. You're going to fail running the ball. Next, they're going to have to do a lot of motion. Use more motion against the Cowboys. Brian Broaddus pointed out that they have scored 3 touchdowns off of motion. He's one of the least motioning teams in the league. But when they motion, they score points. So they're going to have to use motion against the Cowboys, especially if you're going to throw the ball a lot. Motion the way the Giants did, confuse the Cowboys defensive backs. That's how you're going to beat the Cowboys. The only way that also they beat the Cowboys, keys to them winning the game, they are going to have to blitz. If I'm the Bears, blitz the Cowboys the entire game. You have nothing to lose. They're going to beat you anyway as far as with the wide receivers the Cowboys have. We're going to complete passes on them. So you might as well blitz the whole game. They'll have nothing to lose, nothing to gain. They might as well blitz the whole game. And if I'm the Chicago Bears, go after Brock Hoffman. I would send all of my blitzes through the middle, see what Brock Hoffman has. Those are the keys. If the Chicago Bears beat the Dallas Cowboys, this is how they're going to beat them. Now, Dallas Cowboys. How are the Dallas Cowboys going to beat the Bears? Well, number one, the Cowboys are better than the Bears. That better be the main reason why they beat them. But, number one, start fast. If you defer to the Browns, can we get a 3 and out? If they defer to the Browns, 3 and out. Soon as you get the ball, Cowboys, touchdown. Touchdown first drive. Put the Chicago Bears behind the 8 ball immediately. Make them play catch up the entire game. Dictate to them what you want them to do. Next, Dak Prescott, attack the corners. Go after them. Go after the cornerbacks. Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott, attack this team from the corners. Tobin and Turpin. These boys have been struggling at the nickel position. Tobin and Turpin should have huge games in this. They should have huge games. Brian Schottenheimer. They are struggling from the nickel. Get Kevontae Turpin in space this game. Stop playing him like a traditional third wide receiver. Get him in space. Cowboys, go to Pickens early. The Cowboys didn't start going to Pickens till like the fourth quarter, heavily. No, early. Pickens, early, often. Big plays, bombs, whatever you got to do. George Pickens early. Next up, this may sound strange. From the Cowboys, run the ball. Yeah, attack their corners. Run the ball. Chicago may very well be expecting the Cowboys to throw the ball. So if I'm the Cowboys, run the ball. Establish the run early. Run the ball. Just because you can don't mean you have to, don't mean you shouldn't. Run the ball. We know the strength is the passing game, but I'm sure the Bears will be expecting the Cowboys to be throwing the ball. So the way you're going to stop them, because I'm sure they're going to be moving Montez Sweat around. I'm sure they're going to be blitzing. Because if I'm them, I'm blitzing the Cowboys heavily. You know how you stop them? Hey, we're going to run the ball too. Hit them with Javonte Williams. Hit them with Javonte Williams early. Establish the play action, and the big plays will be down the field all day long. Run the ball. Next thing up, longer drives, time of possession. Long drives, time of possession. Keep the defense off the field. You want to stop it from getting scored on? Long drives. Long methodical drives. And make sure they end in touchdowns. I would do it just like Detroit. Try to make it fit 14 points a quarter. Let it be 28-7 by halftime. Keep the Chicago Bears off the field. Next up, if the Cowboys don't spy Caleb Williams, I'm telling you it's going to be a high-scoring game. They have got to spy Caleb Williams. I don't care if Jadeveon Clowney is coming in and he does get some pressure on the quarterback. Still spy Caleb Williams. Not only must they spy Caleb Williams, they must blitz the quarterback. They are going to have to start sending a safety, start sending a linebacker, start sending a cornerback. They have got to start blitzing. And what better game to do it than this one? Don't stand back there and get your socks burnt off of you. If you're going to get your socks burnt off of you, at least go after the doggone quarterback. The Cowboys must do some blitzing. And based on what Brian Broaddus has said, I'm pretty sure the Cowboys have noticed this too. If this dude struggles with single high safety, even though we struggled at single high safety last week against the doggone Giants, if you're going to Make sure Donovan Wilson understands and these cornerbacks understand. Get them to play some bump and run if you're going to let them play zone. Let them get these wide receivers off their marks. And make sure that Donovan Wilson, if he's going to be the single high safety and he's going to play back, make sure he plays far enough back so that you can confuse Caleb Williams and make him throw you some interceptions or make him make some bad decisions. And last but not least, Cowboys, stop all the doggone zone coverage. Can you give us a variation on defense? Give us some variations on defense, Cowboys. And if the Cowboys do this, the Cowboys are going to win the game. Now, let me give you my 10 things that I want to see from the Cowboys that I listed over on X. And then I'm going to come to your comments, and then we're going to call it a night. All right, let me pull it up real quick. Now, if you follow me over on X, you've already seen this list. But this is my list for the Cowboys. 10 things I want to see from the Dallas Cowboys. My top 10 things, I want to see Jaden Blue. Hasn't been ruled out yet, but I want to see Jaden Blue. Number 2, I want to see Jadeveon Clowney. I don't care what they're talking about. I don't care if Jadeveon Clowney been in the building for 6 hours. Get his uniform on and get this dude out there playing. Number 3, James Houston with more snaps. James Houston has been the Cowboys' best pass rusher over the last 2 games. Give this dude more snaps. He's earned it. Next up, Maurice Leofow. More snaps. I would love to see Maurice Leofow with more snaps. Also, number 5 and number 4 go together. I would allow Maurice Leofow to spy Caleb Williams. I think he's the quickest linebacker the Cowboys have. Spy Caleb Williams with Maurice Leofow. And if you're not going to do it with Leofow, at least do it with Murray. Number 6, Cowboys, blitzes throughout the game. The Cowboys need to run blitzes. I want to see the Cowboys blitz in the first quarter, blitz in the second quarter, blitz in the third quarter, blitz in the fourth quarter, blitz at pivotal moments in the game. I don't care if Matt Eberflus don't like the blitz. If I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling him I want to see blitzes every single quarter. 7th thing I want to see from the Cowboys. Defensive adjustments early, not halftime, first quarter. Defensive adjustments no later than the second drive. Make defensive adjustments to put your team in the best position to win. Number 8, I want to see the Cowboys defense running something other than zone defense. Can you give us some man-to-man? Something other than that. Number 9, I want 3 and outs by the defense. Not just the first time they get the ball, but all throughout the game, can we get some 3 and outs on defense? And number 10, less than 20 points by the Bears. All right, let's come to the comments. I'm going to finish out the show with the comments. Let's see where y'all are on some of this. Y'all having a ball in here today. All right, let's get this thing going. Let's see. Hold on a second. Tell it like it is. Let me see what you said here. Let's see. Tell it like it is. Tell it like it is says 105.3 don't like the positivity about Dak. You're exactly right. I don't think they do either. I don't either. Sean Brown, boy, he said, wow, JEG, that's crazy. Matt has to go. Man, I tell you this, he better turn it on. He better turn it on. That's all I'm saying. This to me, I'm not saying this is the type of game that you're going to get rid of him But, man, this is one of them games where I'm looking at you side-eyed in this game, man. I'm looking at you side-eyed in this game. Eberflus, I don't care what your personnel is. Bro, this is a game you need to go get. These people talking bad about the Eberflus, man. Carl Alder said I don't have any trust with Eberflus. Hope I'm wrong, but don't think Flus will change anything different. Boy, hey, Carl, he better. He better. He better do something in this game. Hey, the basement boys, I like what you're saying. Silence speaks volumes, actions speak louder. So he hasn't made any promises. But I tell you this, boy, he better do something. Boy, he better do something. I am telling you, because they are talking about this dude bad. Carl Alder said grass not always green on the other side. I'm telling you. Let me see here. Ron Hanna, I think this is dangerous if the Cowboys have a shootout. I think it's very dangerous. Ron Hanna said that's a dangerous way of winning, having a shootout. This is a direct shot at Eberflus as a coach. Bro, straight up. Total disrespect. Pure Gaming said he couldn't play with Caleb Williams. He said all that crying and soft stuff would tick him off. Oh, yeah, man. Me neither. I would not want to play with him. The basement boys, you hit it on the head. The coaches, some of the fan base was screaming for are all 0-2. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right. Let me see here. Cowboys got, hey, man, I'm telling you, Cowboys got to do, they got to really do the thing to Sunday. I'm excited about it. I think they're going to do it. I think they are going to do it. Christopher Cook, he said, what up, G? We them boys. He said, I think Shotty won't let Flus be one-dimensional again. Being multiple is the best way to fix this defense. Yes, sir. I think Shotty got to get involved. I do think Shotty got to get involved, man. I do. They can't do this again. Let me see here. Bernard Fields said, hey, G, Bears got Ben Johnson, a.k.a. the mad scientist, just called him Doc. Man, boy, let me tell you something. That dude does look evil, don't he? That dude there, I'm telling you, I'd have to tell this man, you got to wear shades, bro, when I'm talking to you, man. That dude looks scary. Ron, hey, man, I'm struggling. In a week, let me tell you, I think he can. The only way I think he does it, blitz. He's going to have to blitz more than he's been blitzing. It's the only way he wins. C-Bay said Flus got to beat his former team. Bro, say it again, bro. Carl Alder said Eberflus couldn't stop his practice squad in Chicago. Man, I'm telling you. Pure Gaming said it's a bad look regardless if we lose to the Bears, because you could say we're supposed to lose to the Giants. Pure Gaming. This one is even worse than the Giants when you look at how much more talented we are. But that becomes the scary part. Because sometimes if you get that in your mind, man, you mess around and get that in your mind, you step out there on that field and you get towed up. You will literally get towed up, man. Straight up. Straight up, bro. I'm telling you. Douglas Harrison, say it again. Bro, Sam Williams got the majority of the snaps at defensive end. I think it was something like 41 snaps. Man, this dude had 0 sacks. That's crazy. Ian Smith said maybe Blue's ankle is bothering him. Man, it's got to be something to this thing. Something's got to be going on with this thing. Christopher Cook said if Flus keep running that zone and we can't get any pressure on Caleb, long day. He need to switch it up. More rushing 5 or 6. Facts. Facts. CW said Dante Fowler, Sam Williams, Nealon Houston, maybe blitz a linebacker or 2. Yep, because the Bears are 0-2, going to play with their hair on fire. Yes, sir. Yep. And they're at home. What up, Sean? Prime said, been here listening, fam. Hope all has been well. Oh, it's been great, man. All is great, Prime. I'm telling us, boy, we're going to have to put in some work, man. And I'm telling you, I think that Brian Schottenheimer is tired of his team. I mean, because he talked defense. He talked defense. And I'm sure he is tired of his defense getting absolutely dominated like that. I'm sure he's tired of that talk. He's ready for them to have a game out of this world. Robert Dudley said after a bad loss at home, look at the Bears to go with us like the Giants did. Teams get up for the Dallas Cowboys every single Sunday. Every single Sunday. Straight up, every single Sunday. All right, let's get a few more in before we get up out of here today. 4 hours and 40 minutes of Cowboys content. To God be the glory. Let's get this thing. Let's see what we got here. All right. Poobie D said, man, the Giants had 1,000 yards. Real estate vet. He said, don't sleep on Maurice Leofau. Man, he needs more snaps. Real snaps. Ron Hanna said, real talk. He got people calling us trash on defense, and that's all I'm hearing after last week. But this is his game to get it right. Yeah. Get right or get left. Get right or get left. Hey, Java, you right. Last week, everyone thought it would be a blowout. And again, they underestimate the opponent. Hey, Java Cafecito, let me tell you something. They can't do that this week. This dude that looks like a serial killer. Shoot, if y'all thought Dayball call plays, Ben Johnson is a master play caller. Yeah, CW. I'm with you. Hopefully Jadeveon Clowney makes everyone steps up to get a step up. Robert Davis says, so G, what you're saying is Eberflus needs to figure out what to do with the talent he has. Help is on the way, but we need to win this game. Yeah, man. I'm gonna get my score tomorrow. And I'm gonna go back to my format from last year. I used to give two possible scores, Robert Davis, and I'm gonna give 2 scores. I'm gonna give 2 possible scores again coming up tomorrow. But you know what? This is one of them games we're thinking the Cowboys gonna score a bunch of points. You never know. You just never know. Poobie D said 31-21 boys. C. Matt said Brady's just thinking about Chicago deep dish. Ooh, man, let me tell you, boy. I heard they got some of the best pizza in the world. Ron Hanna said, I'm sure we scored 31 at least, but I'm nervous about how much we may give up. He said, I honestly don't know. And my old coach used to say, you're only as good as your last performance. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's get a couple more, then we're going to get up out of here. Shaw, he said the Giants are definitely better than the Bears. Yeah, I agree with you there. That front four was crazy. Shoot, that front four was crazy. Ron Hanna, you are right. A tailor-made game to generate a pass rush. C-Bay said they're expecting us to run the ball with how they've seen Javonte barreling downhill. Hey, I think they're expecting us to pass it with them doggone corners they're missing. Poobie D, run the ball. Hey, I want to establish the runner from the Cowboys. Because if I can establish the run, then I can get that play action going and the game going to be over. Yep, Big Rombowski. Dak, go to Pickens early. Check. Tolbert, big game. Check. Wishful thinking. That's exactly the formula. Chanel, you can't handle the truth. What up? He said cornerback is their weak spot. He said, gee, I don't want Tolbert on the field. He said, I can't wait till for the big body Mingo to get back on the field. Yeah, he gonna bite into some of those too. Poobie D, Dak 25 of 32, 315 yards, 3 touchdowns. Yes, sir, I can see it. C-Base said, I just prefer they establish the tone early, meaning score first on your first possession. No playing catch up. Me too. Man, come out and take it to him, bro. Take it to him. Let him know you're going to run the ball. We know your cornerbacks, so you lacking cornerbacks. We still going to run at you. Yeah, Dak winning the time possession game. Big Rombowski, that's where I am. They got to win that TOP. Hey, man, Burden. Luther Burden ain't really done a lot, but this dude, Room Adunze or whatever his name is, he been balling. He been the number 1 receiver. Boy, Poobie D. If this dude runs for 22, 125, 1 touchdown, game over. Game over. Chanel said you can't handle the truth. He said, perfect G, as you stated. You have to blitz Caleb as he hates pressure in his face. Chanel. He in particular, bro, hates that blitz. Eberflus got to send it to him. Bro, he got to send it to him early and often. Ron Hatter, I don't understand why Eberflus refuses to spy the quarterback. He better. Or Caleb Williams going to run for 100 yards on us. Uh-oh. The big Rombowski. He said Vegas has switched the Cowboys to a 1.5-point favorite. Hey, big Rombowski, you know they know something over there in Vegas. Cowboys for the win. CeeDee Lamb, Poobie D, prognosticating. 6 catches, 117, 2 touchdowns. George Pickens, 7 catches, 131 yards, 1 touchdown. Yes, sir. CW said, maybe Flournoy gets a chance to play if Tolbert fills us out on Sunday. Yeah. C-Bay said if we lose, leave Eberflus at a bus stop in Chicago. He said, don't even buy his plane ticket round trip. Gotta prove it. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, Grady Jarrett is playing on Sunday. Big Rombowski said if Eberflus wasn't willing to use a quarterback spot against Hurts, then he's never going to use one. That's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. Deuce, I agree. More explosive plays to GP. Carl Alder. He said good top 10 list, G-Man. I agree, but don't think we will see blue. That's the one I think we're gonna miss. Don't think we'll see blue till maybe the Houston but to me, number 1 Houston, more plays than the rest is A+. Man, yeah. This dude James Houston has been the best pass rush for the Cowboys, man. Big Rombowski. Woo! 31-30. As crazy as it sounds, it wouldn't surprise me. Robert Dudley said mix it up on defense. CW said Bears need a win to avoid a 3rd straight loss. Yup. This is one of them games, though. The Cowboys got to do it. C-Bay said, I don't have faith in our defense. I think it's going to be a close game than we like as fans. Oh, I hope not. But it very well could be. Robert Dudley, 31-28 Cowboys. Yeah. Chanel said, 105.3 the fan, fake network. Excuse my lingo, I got you. Excuse my lingo, G. But I hate the fan and I never use that word hate at all. Man, let me tell you. I stopped listening to him until I started content creation. I did. CW, he said hopefully we control the clock through the entire game, especially in the second half. Man, you gotta knock the Bears out in the first half. If you knock them out in the second half, mean the first half the game is over. Detroit knocked them out, 28-14. Knock them out. Shoot, like Slick Rick said, knock them out the box. Knock them out the box. Ron Hanna said that's a pretty good list, G. Now, if we can execute some of them things, especially on defense. Yeah. Yep. Big Rombowski, any media network that hires the likes of Bobby Belt as an expert isn't a serious company. Man. I feel you. Douglas Harrison, he said when the Cowboys shut down the Bears, they would not give Flus credit. They will say it was the Bears. I'm just saying. Well, I tell you what, I ain't going to move the goalpost. I'm going to give him credit. C-Bay said, you don't be crying and painting your fingernails as a football player, much less a man. He said, I'm with that. He wouldn't like me. Yeah, man. Oof. They say he's eclectic. I get it. C-Bay said they called Caleb Bumslayer on First Things First. Uh-oh, Chanel, don't say this too loud. Sam Williams looked away Parsons looked at his 4 playoff games. 0 sacks. Dudes, Houston needs to take Flowers Fowler snaps. Yep. And if Dono starts slipping again, put in Thomas. Yep. Hey, Mr. Get Dirty, he said they better knock the nail polish off that QB. Yo. Hey, C-Base, you right. Shotty is probably tired of hearing the media ask him about the defense. Shoot. Yes, sir. God be the glory, Prime. Tolbert needs to be inactive. Put in Flanoy, CW says. Chanel, he said, gee, one of the Dallas' biggest issue in past seasons is that they played down to the competition. Hey, Chanel, a lot of people said that last week. We'll see, because they don't need to this week. If they want to prove they're one of those teams, beat the brakes off the Bears. Beat the brakes off of them. Danny, what happened to Jadeveon Clowney? He will play in the game. I'm thinking he will. The arrest that he had, it wasn't anything quote-unquote serious. He was trying to park in a private parking lot. At least that's what he said. Going to a game, and he said it wasn't even like the media is reporting. He said he was out and was back in the game. Back to the game he went to go watch. Sean said the run game gonna depend on how good Brock Hoffman plays his assignment. I agree. Carolina, gee, we have rain to go to Prescott. I'm with you. Brandy says she back in there. Let's go. Poobie D, I'm with you. No letdowns. Oh, Brandy, don't say it. Don't let it be true. No, we can't win by a field goal. Call all the good night. I'm out too. Derek G, 30-20. Brandy said, I truly dislike Bobby Bell. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Robert Dudley said, I can't listen to one of those guys anymore, G. Your show, God leads you and me. Hey, to God be the glory. I appreciate you. All right. Lost in translation. You will get, hold on. Brandy said, we going bear hunting. Yeah. Lost in translation, you get the last word. I said it last week about Dallas playing down to their competition. They better not do it this week. DC4L, Dallas Cowboys for life. God bless. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys where we talk facts. Peace.
Yo, G.
Yo, G, bless him.